Hello, Mario. 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 Hello, Mario.
Tonight is it, chat. Ready or not, here we fucking go with this. After like literally weeks of work, after putting in all the time that I had into making these characters, giving them their custom look, their entrances, their moves, and everything, it is time for the fucking big one. It is time for the Equestria Girls Rumble. Oh, I don't have my mask. Hold on. Shit. Ah, okay, there you go. It's fine. Yeah, let's go. Hi, everyone. My name's Giraffe Estev. I'm the president of the Lawn Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight is the final stream I'm doing for a while. Can you hear the rumble? Hey, we appreciate a good new legacy shout here and there. But yeah, tonight is gonna be my last stream for a little bit as we attempt to end things off with a bang. In fact, no, there is no attempt. We're just gonna fucking do it. We are just going to end things off with a bang before I go on my break with the Equestria Girls Rumble. Now, if you've been following the channel here for the past few weeks, you will know that you will know all the work that has gone into creating these characters. For context, I'm just going to take you to the sharing screen right now. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you it. I'm going to put on background music here while we do it. So, if you've been around the block with me for a
Hello, Mario.
short for the past couple weeks, hi Zach. If you've been with me for the past couple weeks, you will know all of the man hours that have gone into creating these characters, these very cursed representations of the beloved Equestria Girls cast. Here they are. Here they are. We have Applejack. We have Fluttershy. We have Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, Sunset Shimmer, Rarity, Twilight Sparkle. Am I forgetting anyone? No, that is 100% everybody. Pinkie Pie is taking it all. We'll see, because the way that this is going to work is we're gonna put these characters through their paces first, right? And then we're gonna get to the actual competition proper, because, you know, I don't think that we would be getting enough out of these characters, these characters that I put so much time and energy into, if we just did a few matches with them and be done. No, we need to put them through their paces, chat. And there is simply no better way to put them through the paces than by putting them in some one-on-one exhibitions. We'll start with that here in a few minutes, but first, how's everyone doing tonight? How the heck is everybody doing tonight? Hopefully y'all have had a good start to Pride Month. Obviously I'm decked out here in the Asiators, as you could say. I'm decked out for the month, for the one stream that I'm doing for the month of June. Most likely. In fact, here. The text here isn't even correct. Give me a second. EQG Rumble. There you go. I'm changing around a couple things, chat. I needed all that time, and it's still scuffed. It's still a tiny bit scuffed. Hold on just a second. Give me just a second here. I'm playing a My Hero Academia map on Fortnite. I was actually... That there's the most ace thing I have as a redeem. Matches, winner. Bam. There you go. That's an apt descriptor if I've ever seen one. But yeah. I'm playing My Hero Academia map at Fortnite. Work was good. Oh yeah, Trixie reveal. I didn't see a Trixie. And you didn't see a Trixie either. So, shh. It's for later. That's for later. That's for later, chat. But for now, I'll just kind of go over, like, you know, kind of what I talked about last night. And that is, after tonight's stream, I'm gonna be taking probably a month or two off. Because I need to be searching for a new job. Don't worry, I was not let go. I was not let go of my job. I am still an employed person. But the job I have right now is not cutting it, and I need to make a big change in my career path in order to basically make it so that, you know, I can live. Because with the way things are going right now, it's not going to turn out like that in the long run. So I need to make a change, and
I don't want to go, Mr. Stev.
Well, I'm sorry, Homunculus, but you're just going to have to take solace in your Cheeto pile for a couple months there. I mean, I bought you like 50 bags of bones the other day. Is that not enough? Is that not enough to sustain you? Or do we need to go even further with your gluttony? I'm thinking that we need to go even further with the gluttony, you know? Look over him, make sure he's got his Cheetos once or twice a day. But yeah. The way different was spelled on this map, lol. Oh yeah, like, you fucking sent me the thing. And I was just like, man, this right here is some scuffed content. I'm not so sure about this one, Chief. This one I'm not so sure about, dog. I'm not. I'm just not. But yeah, that is essentially what we have planned for tonight. If it ends up going a little short, we'll probably switch over to something else. Maybe Fortnite or something like that. Because honestly, I don't really want to have, like, a part of me doesn't want to have, like, a shorter stream. A part of me wants to kind of, you know, have a bit of a longer one before I kind of step away for a second. But we'll just kind of see how the night plays out, you know? We'll just kind of see how the night plays out. But yeah, Zach, I was talking last night about how you and I were watching My Hero over the holiday weekend last week. And how, you know, I'm kind of in the hole at this point. I'm kind of in the My Hero hole at this point, and, I'm gonna need to get you back over here at some point so that we can continue watching it. Because I've been having a fun time with it. We'll see how the LA night plays out. Oh wait, wrong kind of night. Yeah, exactly. But no, between, like, listen. I had a few qualms with it that I made clear last night, but I made clear that the reason why I like My Hero is for the same reasons that I like things such as Dragon Ball, right? Or just shonen stuff in general. And the reason for that is because I enjoy the theming of, like, pushing past your limits, you know? I enjoy the idea of like going one step further, even though things are really tough, even though things seem impossible, right? Because stuff like that is really inspiring if it's done well. I mean, I feel like it's for that reason a lot like of gym bros enjoy shonen especially, you know? I like a lot of gym bros and fitness heads sort of connect with with those types of anime, you know? There's a baseball OVA episode because every anime needs one, LOL. That does seem to be the case. Most of the ones I've seen do in fact have a baseball episode. Most of them do have a baseball episode because it's apparently just like anime law that like you need to have one of those on standby every single time you have one of these. But yeah, currently that is my obsession along with Cookie Clicker chat, because if you were here last night, you would have seen just how like shocked I was over just how much content there is in Cookie Clicker. Because like it isn't just like, you know, clicking cookies and, you know, buying buildings and waiting for like, you know, the golden cookies to appear, that way you can get a boost. It has like a stock market, it has like a farming minigame, it has like magic that you can cast with like a magic meter and stuff. Like there's so much in it that I didn't even realize until I started clicking around, you know? I had absolutely no clue it was even there. But lo and behold, it was. And, well, I spent probably a little bit too much time on it before tonight's stream. This right here is why I don't get into things, you know? This right here is why I try not to, like... I try not to get too heavily invested in things. Because once I'm hooked, I am hooked, dude. I'm like the longest fish of all time, you know? Caught hook, line, and sinker, ready to be reeled in for the catch. I have no self-control. I have no self-control over my fixations. The moment that something is interesting, I like glom onto it for like a week, and then I don't touch it for like 6 months to 3 years, you know? Yeah, the giraffe fish. What would that even look like, chat? Like, what the hell would that even look like? What the fuck would that even look like? I don't want to imagine affronts to God. So, I'm not going to imagine that. I developed an addiction to Fortnite, save the world. I'll find it. You'll find the giraffe fish, huh? He'll just take you to like some fake prehistoric, like AI generated nonsense, you know? just some fake like AI generated shit. Building forts is my personal coke. Steph, you're not going to believe me. No, don't tell me. Do not tell me. There is an animal called a giraffe catfish. Huh? Hold on. Nah, no way. No way. No way. There's absolutely no way. Hold on. Like last night, it was Long Boy Candy, right? I didn't think that would exist, but lo and behold, it did. Giraffe catfish. Hold on. No way! Look at this dingus, chat. Look at this absolute Thorkazoid right here. Dude, he has the pattern. He's got the giraffe pattern. Man, that's a big chonker right there, chat. We need a computer enhance. Hold on. Computer enhance. Look at this. Look at this thing. Look at its like little pointy ends. That's you as a fish. Am I really this much? No. This right here is the homunculus as a fish. You cannot tell me that a fish looks this much like a Dorcas and then like tell me that this is me, right? What in the hot fresh Kentucky fried fuck is that? It is a giraffe catfish, evidently. It is a giraffe catfish, evidently. I don't know if I would want to catch that. That thing looks scary as hell. That thing looks incredibly scary. The bull squid, Steph, it looks like Half-Life 1's bull squid. You're not gonna get it. I don't think you will.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on up. Come on. Let's go. Hurry. You missed.
Life.
Or maybe you didn't. You owe me $10 either way.
Squid. That is not a fish. That is not a giraffe. That is a gremlin. It's an affront to God. Like I literally sat here saying, "Do not send me affronts to God," and then you did it. This here looks like Froggy, dude. This right here does not look like the giraffe catfish. It looks like Froggy, right? Like, this right here is one of the things that you find in Sonic Adventure, right? Like, something's biting, and, like, you see that. Ow! And that's, like, the thing that, like, steals your line. When all you're trying to do is catch Froggy. You know? That looks like a liquor from Resident Evil. It kinda does, doesn't it? It legitimately does just look like something that you would find in RE7. Something that would absolutely wig you out in VR. Ow. Which is saying something, because Resident Evil 7 in VR is absolutely terrifying. I mean, Resident Evil 7 in general is terrifying. It's like one of the best, like, pure horror experiences from, like, a AAA studio in, like, the modern era. There's another one that's just called the giraffe fish, but we'll look at that here in a sec. We're gonna play an ad real quick. You know what's the worst part about this My Hero Academia map? I get experience by just being idle for an hour per day, like 10,000.
It's break
That's
time.
still barely
Where
anything,
the heck's
though.
the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. That's still like barely anything, though. You're not getting anything from that. Also, what is this? Which one is this?
Final Doom from Williams.
My God, Final Doom from Williams.
Like any Doom game, Final Doom is invincible, indestructible, impossible, impenetrable. We're going to try to be clever for the rest of this review. Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying.
Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying. Hey, thanks for the resub, Zach.
The same Doom enemies that inhabited all the other Doom games of this
Thank you
Doom
for the
series
resub.
are also in this Doom game. Doom it, we're sick of all these Doom bloody games with more Doom gunshots in 1 minute than we would otherwise hear in a lifetime. We're sick of all the Doom groans of the dead demons and the people you must shoot in the game.
An actual ad.
Doom it. These games make you Doom crazy, especially since they're so Doom hard. Normally, challenge is good, but not in this Doom game. Hardcore Doomers will be in Doom Nirvana. The game is actually 3 games in 1. Master
Hardcore
levels from the
Doomers,
internet,
chat.
Plutonia,
Is that
and
you?
TNT. All are extremely difficult. Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password.
Where the hell am
that
I
gives you all of the
hardcore
game's
Doomers
weapons.
at?
But even with that little gem, you will fail miserably. Don't worry, we're not going to Doom Williams, but let's just say it's time to put this series to rest. Of course, we may end up eating crow once Doom 64 comes out, and I mean Doom as in Doom in that instance. If you think that all these Dooms are bad, wait till you find out what BFG stands for. The BFG 9000 is the biggest gun in the game.
Oh yeah?
If Williams sees this segment, they will either A, laugh at all the Dooms, B, put us on their to-Doom list, C, doom us to Hades, or D, not do one doom thing.
Whatever it is that we end up creating with...
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Whatever custom, like, on the Gaming in the Clinton Years thing we make, nothing will ever hold a candle to whatever the fuck that is. That thing there is, like, just art, you know? That thing there is gold. It's like the most blatant reading from
What
a
do
script.
Greek olives and Kid Icarus have in common? They both have pits in them.
They'll be here all night. Also like to inform you, Steph, we found the back rooms. What, in Wisconsin? The left and right side. The left and the right side. I always knew the back rooms would be in Wisconsin, dude. Because Wisconsin stinks. I've dragged them enough times on this stream. But Wisconsin stinks. Well, maybe not as... Ow. Although maybe not as bad as Ohio, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. No, you know what? Actually, I will get ahead of myself. I'm taking a stand right now. I'm taking a stand right now, chat.
Let's go, hurry.
Ohio is bullshit.
Oh, you missed.
I just did the quest in My Hero Academia and got over 22,000 XP. How the hell are you getting that much XP? I can never get anything that big in Fortnite ever from like creative maps these days. Jesus. Got CTE now. Ow. But no, chat. If you are here with me because we are about to kick off the festivities here, I'm not gonna hold it over much longer because friends, you didn't come here to talk to me. You didn't come here to talk to me. You came here to watch some crappy cause beat the shit out of each other. Some crap cause.
Hello, Mario.
Let's call it. Well, that means you must play it then. I'm here for wrestling. You bet you are. Everyone here is here for the wrestling. Cause, well, first off, let's set up the first match. Where the heck are we holding this, chat? First off, do we want to hold this at like a WrestleMania? Like, what do we want to do? In fact, while we're here, who all is here with me at the start of stream? I know we got Keebs. I know we got Doomslayer, Jags, Zach, Cookie, Ashley. We got Doomslayer. I think I already said his name. Drax here too. Let's see. We got a
Father, why are you a robot?
Okay. You know what? I planned a whole big thing. Just for this, but I guess I stayed up extra late just for this. Well, you're too kind, Keebs. You're too kind. In that case, I need to actually get to it, huh? Well, in that case, I think we gotta go to SummerSlam because unfortunately, chat pays me more to be there. Because we're sponsored by my arch rival, Slim Jim. Fucking Slim Jim, chat. It makes me sick to my stomach. But we are in a joint partnership with this. We've mended fences. Me, the Long Boy Club, and the Long Boy Gang have mended fences for one night only. Just to hold this event in Detroit Rock City for the EQG Rumble. But first, we're going to, before we get to the actual, what the hell? If Sev ever gets an actual real email from Slim Jim for sponsorship, I think he'd have a panic attack. I would. I actually would. Like, I'd probably have a heart attack. I'd be like Homer, like when he's getting fired by Mr. Burns. After this, the club and the gang are going to have a street fight. Exactly. We're going to have it behind the Applebee's. Just like we intended. And Subway is going to be added to make it a triple threat. That is, in fact, Applejack. Now, first off, chat, if you could pair up any of the main 6 for a one-on-one match, which ones would you want? I want any takers here. We got Applejack.
Ara.
We got Applejack. We got Fluttershy. We got Pinky. We got Rainbow. We got Rarity. We got Sunset, Twilight, and Twilight. Applejack versus Rarity. Okay, we can do that. Applejack versus Rainbow Dash is my dream match. You know what? Hold on. I have a way that we can settle this. Chat. Give me a second. I'm gonna open up a new tab here. D6 roller. Give me a 2. Okay. So we got
You're
2
not
here.
fooling anyone, Daddy. They can all see Trixie.
No, they can't. No, they can't. They can't. But they do see Fluttershy. See? She's right there. Say, I am Optimus Prime, and I send this message to any surviving Autobots taking refuge among the stars. We are here. We are waiting. What I've done, I'll face myself to cross out what I've become. So on and so forth. We call that Baymaxing over here.
Daddy Giraffe, I want to see AJ beat the shit out of the rich horse.
Well, listen. The dice say that it's gotta be Fluttershy and... Hold on. I'm rolling. 4. Okay. Let me see here. Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash? Exterminate. Exterminate. There you go, I did it. But no, I had a whole thing ready for this, but I guess we just gotta do it this way. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone in between, welcome to the Cringe Show. This right here is the Equestria Girls Rumble! To start us out, we have 4 exhibition one-on-one matches that will pit these characters against each other in order to show us what they can do. After that, we will have war games, and then we will have a gauntlet match. And the winner of that gauntlet match will see a special prize at the end. We have 8 characters here. We have Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, Applejack, Rarity, Pinkie Pie, Twilight Sparkle, Twi, and Sunset Shimmer. Who will come out on top tonight, chat? And what will their prize be at the end? Let's find out.
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Nelson, what's up? Ow. Loser has to make a pony fans. Hey, and also, me and Zach were at this event, too. Again, we gave them all custom entrances, chat. We gave them all custom entrances.
It's been scientifically proven that Pegasi have more flat asses than the other 2 pony races.
Well, listen. Right now, Fluttershy is up on screen. Why are you doing Fluttershy? No! Chat, no! Do not boo Fluttershy! Do not boo Fluttershy! Please! No! Do you see it? Listen, do you see this character right here? Not only did I put a lot of time into her, but she's also best pony. She's also best pony Shagger and do this. No! No! Don't do best pony! Come on, time out anyone that's... Time out anybody that's booing her. Time out anyone... Oh shit! Everyone that's booing her is a mod! Everyone that's booing her is a mod! Shit! I can't hear you, Steph. What? No! Rainbow Dash 2. Marsha's game with Bruce and Ronda Rousey. I love that I started this. Okay, after this. What? Just giving her a little peck on the cheek. Just giving her a little peck on the cheek before tonight's match. Holy shit, these bitches gay. Good for them, good for them. And here we go, chat, the start of the match. It is Rainbow Dash versus Fluttershy. The ultimate ship, honestly. The ultimate ship, honestly. And they're starting us off here. And Rainbow Dash with a massive moonsault. One thing, oh my lord, that was worth it. Giraffe stinky. Hey, no, you're stinky. Holy shit! We're starting this out like with WCW Cruiserweight action. That's crazy. I'm gonna do something here real quick, chat. I'm gonna do something here. We heard you fart, Steph. What do you mean? What do you mean? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. What is the story behind Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash's feud? That's actually a pretty good question. What is the story behind their feud? That's one that I actually didn't think about too much. That's actually one I didn't think about too much. Step again, stop. No. Do not gaslight me into thinking I have gas. Okay? I don't. Ow. Damn it. Do not gaslight me into this. I will not have this. Especially like this early on into the show. Gassy gaslighting. This right here is what would happen if like Rainbow Dash actually went, if Rainbow Dash went through with her prank and Griffin the Brush Off. If Pinky didn't stop her because Fluttershy is too sensitive. But yeah, hey man, how's your day going? It's going okay. It's going okay. Also, can someone go back and clip Rainbow Dash giving Fluttershy a peck on the cheek, please? I want that so bad. I want someone to go back and clip that. We know you ain't all the beans. Is Rainbow getting her ass beat? Well, you're seeing what we're seeing it right now.
Back.
Ah, finally, I can actually hear myself think. Okay, holy shit, Fluttershy only knows 2 moves, chat. This whole thing was supposed to be like a big old showy showmanship sort of thing. Because I gave Rainbow Dash, like, for one thing, better stats, but like I also gave her like really cool moves. You should have made Spike so we could have Pinkie Pie versus Spike, a battle of the commentators. Well, here's the thing. Oh hey, it's in anything you can do, I can do better fight. Stop, stop, she's already dead. Oh, but Rainbow Dash is mounting a comeback, chat. Rainbow Dash is already mounting that comeback. Holy shit! Huh? Whoa! The reverse on prettier? Holy shit! If Fluttershy no sells!
Principal Celestia has a fat giant.
It's a fat giant, huh? Now available at Taco Bell. Holy fuck! Fluttershy with the fake out. A fat what? Oh, what? Holy shit. Fluttershy with the head scissors and the Hurricane Rana to the outside. Holy crap. I may have said Rainbow Dash has the moves, chat, but Fluttershy is showing up. Fluttershy is showing up. You what? Principal Celestia has a fat giant. I hate that. I hate that. No. No. No, 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 no. Let's go here. let's get back to the action. This match sponsored by Slim Jims, the fake Long Boy Club. They're fake, but for one night only. We have agreed to allow them to exist. No? OMG, this is insane. The internet didn't call her son butt for nothing. No! No! Cease. Cease with this conversation. We put our differences aside for one night only. Exactly. Holy shit! Cover! One! A kick out at one after a feat of strength from Fluttershy! What? Huh? What the hell was I feeding her, chat? And the Tilt-A-Whirl backbreaker. And the standing moonsault. Rainbow Dash is getting her ass beat, chat. Damn, bro, she knows how to work. She does. The Fluttersoft. Rainbow Dash no-selling checks out, not gonna lie. Oh, she absolutely would no-sell Fluttershy's offense. She absolutely would just to rip her. And a Tilt-A-Whirl backbreaker from Rainbow Dash. The stiff elbow to follow up. She hurt ain't. No. Rainbow Dash went through with the prank and Griffin the brush off, and now Fluttershy is pissed. And that's why Fluttershy has so much fire. Thank you for the prime, Nelson. I appreciate it. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. So is Fluttershy Bailey in this fight and Rainbow Dash is Sasha Banks? I could see that. But this is like Hugger Bailey, you know? This right here is like Hugger Bailey. This isn't like the role model Bailey. The role model Bailey is what Fluttershy is in putting her hoof down. The role model Fluttershy happens when she takes too much advice from Iron Will. What the hell is Rainbow Dash doing? What are they doing on the outside, chat? Rainbow Dash was having second thoughts about the match. Very, very understandable considering how freaking close they are. But now they're squaring up again. In the middle of the ring, stereo! Oh, the meeting of the minds there, chat. Logan was in bed with Slim Jim when he ate some when I visited them. I was not in... You make it sound like... I was what? No, I was what, Zach? I'm hearing some N64 era wrestling music. This right here is the Nitro music when you play a WCW Revenge. Here. I have other music in here for the various matches that we have on hand tonight. She no-sold that! Facebuster! On the outside! I know what I said. Listen. Listen. For one thing, you're wrong. And two, that makes it sound like I'm in bed with Slim Jim. I'm not in bed with them. The only thing that happened is that me and Slim Jim are just putting our differences aside for one night to make this event possible. Rainbow Dash not quite getting the head scissors there, and if Fluttershy's making her pay, but Rainbow Dash a little too quick for Fluttershy. And now they're back in the middle of the ring. The face buster again. That is the world's coolest face buster. Right, chat. Chat, once we have finishers, we need to, like, figure out names for them, right? You make Slim Jim sleep on the couch and not the fold-out kind. Yeah, the couch. The couch that I make with the trash cans outside. Rainbow Dash goes for the cover, but Fluttershy's got her leg underneath the rope. What the hell? Huh? Who the hell's coming out? Who the fuck is coming out? Who is that? Who the fuck was that, chat? No, the overdrive! Cover! Fluttershy's making her pay! 1, 2! Oh, no! Rainbow Dash not quite done yet. The cat pee couch, exactly. Then why did you eat some, huh? I didn't eat I did not eat Slim Jim, okay? All I did was consume them because they're good for a low-carb diet. Fluttershy started strong, but is running out of steam. She is, but Fluttershy looks like she's making a comeback here. Off the top rope, the Hurricane Rana and the roll-up cover. 1, 2,
Hello, Mario.
3! And Fluttershy scores the win over Rainbow Dash. A strong start and a strong end for Fluttershy here tonight. Well, 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 look who posted about streaming without posting a link, huh? What? No way. No, I posted a link, right?
Hello, Mario.
I came just in time to see a Fluttershy W. It truly the greatest of times. On Twitter.com. I posted a link, didn't I? Hold on. Apparently I did. Listen. It's fine either way because right now Twitter's burying my shit. So right now it doesn't really matter anyways. Me and Musk were a little on the outs. That was like a 10-minute match, chat. Imagine seeing that on pay-per-view. Legally, I am barely blind. Legally, I am barely blind. That's a sentence. DJ, you're blind. Wait. Oh, like actually? Like actually? Look here, listen, if you're using Twitter for info, you're doing yourself a disservice. I've been trying to use Blue Sky a little more often, but it's a little touch and go. It's a little touch and go, I will admit. Who's next? Hopefully not Goldberg. Okay, so chat. Now we need to figure out who is next up on the chopping block. We gotta go back to SummerSlam because we need to get the most out of the Slim Jim sponsorship. Do we want to have a special rules thing for this? I forgot I had a Blue Sky account. Who's next? Rarity versus Applejack. Y'all really want Rarity versus Applejack, huh? Y'all want Rarity versus Applejack? If you do, give me a "this is awesome" chat. Goldberg. That'll be the name of my Goldberg character in Shining Wizard's backstory. All right. Applejack and Rarity. Yes, do it. Okay, got it. We got it. Now, do we want special rules for this? They will be bad at wrestling too. Well, yeah, but if it's 1997, they will still be over. Do we want like a special rules for this? I'm thinking falls count anywhere. Chat. Because I feel like that these would be the two baddest bitches on the block, you know? They will be the ones to take it to the outside. I think you all are gonna like, Rarity's entrance, especially, chat. I think y'all are gonna get a kick out of Rarity's entrance. And where is she? There she is! Both of them looking like the ants you don't want to talk to at Thanksgiving. Applejack would be a pretty good wrestler, I would think. She probably would be, honestly. It's funny because I gave her some of the meanest kicks. AJ, Rarity, you're next. I recently opened a Kara account since Meta has been using art on Facebook and Instagram to train fucking art programs. It feels like every platform's doing that these days. There are tools out there to like prevent like, skimming or yeah, like I think it's called skimming, and where like they essentially just kind of glaze over like, the work of other people and then use those like train programs. So many things these days are just forcing you to like opt into that shit. Remember, AJ is Hulk Hogan. Okay, chat, I need to show you something, alright? I'm just gonna mark this.
Fun accessory fact, did you know M''S. Chili's sister is a wrestler?
Homunculus, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't think the homunculus is okay, chat. Can we please clip that? Can we please clip that? I want that, please. I think homunculus found the special Cheetos. He got the special jalapeno flavored dust, and now it's like fucking with his mind. What is homunculus smoking? What's he cooking? But no, chat. I need to show you something, okay? I'm gonna show you something. Applejack, Hulk, Hogan. Do you want to see the worst bit of content of all time? I'm gonna show you it. This. And not because it looks bad. This actually looks really good. But the idea that Applejack is Hulk Hogan is laughable. Because Applejack is the element of honesty, right? There is not a single thing honest about Applejack, you know? Yeah. This right here puts the W in IDW Comics. Yeah, W for worst ever. And that's one word. That's one word. Worst ever is one word. Like, there's absolutely nothing honest about Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan would literally be the one that's like, let me tell you something, brother. I was the one that found Applejack and plucked her out of obscurity, dude. And if it were up to me, she would have been in the NWO in 1962, dude. But unfortunately, she was just a little bit before the times. She had to cut her teeth on the indies, Jack, but during that time, I watched her cut her teeth, dude. And face some world-class talent, brother.
I'm fine, but this shit is making me think of random facts. Like the time Nightmare Moon saved the world from evil. Help me, the Cheetos are laced.
She faced off against Nightmare Moon on the indies, brother.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
And she hit my big moves with such precision. Like, just like I knew she was, because I knew in her heart that she was a real Hulkamaniac, brother. From day one. Just like Bret the Hitman Hart was, dude. Anyways, we gotta run an ad.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rules on after this.
The ape is back.
The ape is back, chat.
Donkey Kong Country. What makes this game so remarkable is that it's the first game created with fully rendered graphics. What the heck is fully rendered? To put it in a nutshell, fully rendered means that the characters and all other graphics.
What kind of clown stream has this been so far?
Thus, animation is totally
we are 1 hour into this stream and we've only done one match, chat.
Technology is not incredibly different than that.
It must be a Giraffe stream. He takes for friggin' ever to like actually do the things that he says he's gonna do. Also, we got like over 20 people in chat. That's incredible.
The animation of everything in the game, as well as all the backgrounds, were created.
That's
with
absolutely incredible.
Silicon graphics computers. This amazing new technology, discovered at Rare by Nintendo's.
Well, you don't want a short stream. Exactly.
Animation and graphics.
We need to at least get this past the 3.5 hour mark.
Stretch their creative minds, since Donkey Kong doesn't have a particularly detailed history.
Maybe people compare Hogan to Applejack because Applejack doesn't want Apple Bloom to make friends with
Donkey Kong Country. You'll encounter several characters.
Let's keep away from that. Let's keep away from that.
From an ostrich named Espresso to a rhino named Rambi, the game has endless thrills and
all I know is that with every 2K game,
Kong, the star of the original
you won't see Applejack getting beat up.
Hundreds of bonus levels result in a game that will never be boring. The music also adds a lot to the game. Play it loud and stereo, dude. You can buy the music on
Didn't
CD
Applejack
from Nintendo
break time
if
with
your
the
Nintendo
Time Apple?
isn't
Om
hooked
nom
up to a
nom.
stereo
Oh,
system.
excuse me, we're
Cranky
back, my
Kong
dudes.
remembers music in the
What,
old days,
Defender?
but Donkey Kong is truly with the times, so to speak. His music is great for listening. Just pause the game to hear the music without the game sound effects. Speaking of
Oh, like
sound
Hogan,
effects,
dude.
you'll notice the quality of the echoes in the caves and Donkey Kong's ape noises.
Hello, Mario.
Parker, hello Parker, how you doing? Thank you.
Stupid.
I got the big hydrate tool here, chat. I got 40-ounce mug here now.
Hesitate in the slightest bit to buy this remarkable piece of video game history.
I heard that Applejack invented Apple in an apple. She's just that talented. 40 ounces to freedom, exactly.
Of a revolution. Play control is very responsive.
I don't know if
and
Lovin's what I got,
the
chat.
challenge is high because you must often pass several
But what I do
hard levels to
have
reach Candy's save point.
is
Two-player game option is
good
awesome,
times in
since you can
wrestling and
press
funny
A to let
ha-has
another player play.
every now and then.
What's even cooler is the way the game lets the next player pick up where the last player died without interrupting gameplay. If you want the other player to play, just press A. These
Life
features
is
and
too
much
short,
more
so
make
love the
Donkey
one you
Kong
got,
Country
cause you
the
might
game
get
of
run
the
over or you might
decade.
get shot. Fucking love that song. I don't ponder the magic orb. Can I take a giraffe nap on you, giraffe? I don't listen. My head is not a pillow. I remember Nelson. Back when I had a Dreamcast, we got like a we got like a sports game on it, or rather it came with a sports game. It was like a BMX game. And it had what I got on it. Like that was like the first fucking song that was on there, and I was like, that's such a huge departure from like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Dave Mira. And like and that was a huge departure from like what I'm used to in those kinds of games, because usually Sublime is a little more laid back than what you would find in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, because what you would have in Tony Hawk is like Rage, you would have the Vandals and shit like that. Did you know that Tony Hawk is actually a pro skater? You know what? No, I didn't. I didn't know that. Thank you, Cookie Gum. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so fucking much. I appreciate that you would bestow such information up on ye. Giraffe neck pillow. I mean, that's a good merch idea. That's a good merch idea, chat. I gotta be writing this shit down. I gotta be writing it down. This is a lot of the music in Dave Mira's series is more music you'd only hear from certain groups. It's same with the second game. Oh, what? Like they kind of have like a few bands from that time period, and they just kind of cherry pick them. I was considering getting custom championship belt. I want to get like a custom belt at some point, but like those things are expensive. Anyways, chat. Here we go. The following contest is a Falls Count Anywhere match.
The following contest is a fall
I just said that. Stop stealing my thunder.
from the pits of hell.
Let's go, Apple Wife. You should download their images to use in the match card screen. LOL. I should have, but I didn't think that far ahead. I could have fucking done it too. Look at her, chat. She's ready to throw down. She's ready to throw down with the most pretentious, with the most pretentious worker we have on our roster here tonight. Y'all are gonna love this here.
And from Manhattan, New York,
Look at this, chat. Just stare in awe. Manhattan, my favorite fictional place. we gave everyone. Look at that! Look at that shit! Rarity also gives off the vibes of like someone that you don't want to see at Thanksgiving, you know? But she came here ready. She came here in her best clothes. Now she's ready to throw down. Emergency edible boots. Alright, chat, here we go. Now first, before we actually start, I need to check something here real quick. I gotta check something real quick. I do want the camera cuts and the ringside stuff. Yes. Can we please just have that on, like, by default? I would like that. She turned Spike into the worst thing possible. I was considering getting Fire Pro Wrestling World on Steam because I like Japanese-style wrestling. If you enjoy that type of stuff, then Fire Pro will be for you. It is incredibly customizable, too. Like, I've seen everything from, you know, wrestlers and, like, various promotions to just Super Mario. Yeah, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it if you think it's not gonna be great. Alright, chat, here we go. What's the vibe? I know what the vibe is. Nah. That. And here we go, the start of the absolute slobber knocker here between Applejack and Rarity. Two absolutely hard-hitting strikers here going at it in the middle. Oh, and massive shots here. A massive combination for Rarity to start us off. One. No, it's way too early for that. Rarity wants that easy pay window, chat. Rarity immediately a House of Fire to start us out. And much like Fluttershy, Rarity here with the very, very early advantage. Applejack has not gotten any licks in so far. It's a little concerning, honestly. Would Applejack and Rarity's feud involve the two being spurred lovers? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Holy shit! Holy shit! Applejack is getting the licks taken off of her, dude. Applejack is getting cooked. She is. Holy shit. Oh, come on. Yeah. And Applejack's mounting a comeback with the big kick. With the massive kicks. Now Rarity back on the offensive. Now let's see if Applejack can mount a comeback. It's gonna be imperative at this stage. What the fuck? What the fuck, my Kyoto? Get out of there. Remember what is on the line, AJ. She has no clue what's on the line. They're just fighting right now. They're just, it's a lover's quarrel, okay? Look at this. Look at this absolute, ooh. That signature Apple family kicks. 1, 2, 3. That's the power of Applejack's kicks, chat. Holy shit. Applejack making a statement here early on in the EQG Rumble. If I were the other competitors in the back, I'd watch out for those kicks. Rarity had control of 95% of that match, lol. I bet Applejack and Rarity would still have better chemistry than Liv Morgan and Lana. Well, yeah, but, you know, that's a given. I threatened her farm. She went from 2% to 100. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna do something here. Trading blows. Allow held input for minigames. Entrance run in. Let's see. Mid-match run in. Play mode. Let's see here. I'm gonna set this to legend difficulty, chat. Exactly. Never, ever discount Applejack. She has her cowboy boots on with the spurs, and she's not afraid to use them. I wonder when it'll be turned into a marketable Snuggle plushie. No, don't turn me into a marketable plushie. Right, chat. We got 2 more one-on-one matches here. I upped the difficulty up, so maybe the match will be longer. I mean, we had like 10 minutes out of there with friggin' Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash, and then we get like Applejack and Rarity, and it's over in like 2 minutes. That was absolutely insane. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Next up, chat. We got... You know what? I'm going to do... Pinkie Pie versus Sunset Shimmer. Oh wait, no, I do not want to play as Pinkie Pie. That feels a tad bit unfair. That feels a little unfair, chat. Here, Pinkie versus Sunset Shimmer. There we go, chat. Here we are. Oddly, I didn't give her very good stats. It's surprising. Oh shit. Oops.
The following contest is a no-holds-barred match.
I don't know who's going to lose. I genuinely do not know, like, how the fuck this is gonna go either. This could honestly go either way, I feel like. But I did... You should have turned Pinkie into a blob. Listen, there's only so much you can do with the tools, okay?
Hello,
there's
Mario.
only so much you can do. How goes the EQG Rumble? Phoenix! You're just in time to see Pinkie Pie square up against Sunset Shimmer. So far we've had 2 matches. We've had Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy go for a competitive 10 minutes. And then we had Rarity versus Applejack, and where Rarity dominated most of the match, but all it took was a couple shots from AJ and a kick, and then it was over for Rarity. Applejack makes a definitive statement early on in tonight's showing to say, every single bitch in that locker room, you better watch out. Oh yeah, and Fluttershy came with a hard-fought victory, too. Like, Rainbow kind of had her on the ropes there, but Fluttershy was able to sneak out the win. And now we have, honestly, a pretty weird matchup here between the hugger herself, Pinkie Pie, and the tank of tonight's festivities, Sunset Shimmer. Looking the most like the aunt that you don't want to talk to at Thanksgiving. She looks so tired, dude. Why did I make her look so tired? Should I pull for winner guesses? Yes, Mech, do that. Do that right now, actually. Mods, make a poll. I want to pull the bet on who's winning this shit. Yeah, exactly. She's looking eepy. But yes, mods, please make a poll. Yes, who will win? Pinkie Pie and Sunset Shimmer. What the fuck? The atmosphere here is so electric that the entire, like, that the structure of the arena itself has been completely removed. So what happened to the post-match replay? Did you see what happened to the post-match replay? Also, we need new fight music. Alright, Pinky already with the clothesline. Fuck her up, Pinky! Pinky's like, I'm gonna hug you into next week, you bacon-haired bitch. Also, by the way, we made Pinkie Pie into a technician, and most of her submission holds are hug-based. Although she also knows her way around something like this. But Sunset putting in the power advantage that she has in this matchup, putting in a series of clubbing blows. Exactly, it's hug-based combat. Oh wait, hold on. Can we end the poll real quick? Can we go ahead and end the poll real quick? Because I think what we need is like a predictions thing, right? What we need is a prediction. She better have the Bailey to belly somewhere in her moveset. She unfortunately does not. But every single one of her moves, every single one of her like special moves are hug based, right? So like we need to start a prediction. Hold on here just a second. Give me just a second here, chat. Who wins? Pinky? Sunset? Yeah, like every single one of these we need to start like a betting pool, right? We need to like start a betting pool with these. Wait. No. I want what the fuck? Okay. Hold on just a second, chat. I'm sorry about this. It's been a little bit since I've needed to honestly it can go either way. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna go ahead and give that back to you real quick. This is so scuffed already. Mods, can you please set up a prediction pool, please? Could you please set up a prediction pool? Like, one that lasts more than 30 seconds. Like, make it like 3 minutes or so. Like, make it 2 or 3 minutes. Please. Please set that up. I would like that. Ooh woo. There. I'm doing the... Okay, there you go. I'm doing it. I have it set for 2 minutes. I have it set for 2 minutes, chat. Who win? Alright, there you go. Great. Great, it's set up. It's set up. Win channel points if you make the correct prediction. Exactly. Put it in. You got 2 minutes. Get your shit in. Here we go. I'm gonna just kind of let the match play out. But with music. There you go. And Pinky's taking it. Pinky's taking it, having wrist control. And just working on the arm of Sunset Shimmer. That may be a bold strategy. That may honestly be the play. Because with someone as big and powerful as Sunset, being able to neutralize the arms, that way she can't manhandle you. That right there's the play, probably. Oh, but Of course, it's no holds barred, and Pinky's already taking advantage of the stipulation with a baseball bat. Oh, that's some music from SmackDown. Here Comes the Pain. You bet. You bet, my friend. You bet. Okay, I want to see who wins this. I want to see what y'all are betting on. Right, you got like 30 seconds left. Your prediction, and Pinky better pull the party cannon out from under the ring. I would love if you could have like custom weapons. I would love if you could have like custom weapons for that shit. That'd be so awesome. You know what? I'll add in my own jam emote to the mix. There you go. Damn, only 2% on Sunset. Who the hell wagered 11,000 channel points? Who wagered 11,000 channel points on this? That's incredible. I spent all my channel points on Pinky. She has this, meaning she wins. We eating good today. The Pinkie Pie Pals. The Pinkie Pie Pals have bet big. And the Sunset Soldiers, well, they're showing up to work. I like being able to up our bets as the match goes on. Pinkie Pie is about to feed families. I mean, especially with this footwork. She's absolutely in complete control over Sunset Shimmer here, chat. Pinky's in her fitness gear. And she's here for a fight. Ooh. She's just working over every single body part of Sunset Shimmer here, chat. So if she wins, I get paid. Wait, hold on, Nelson. Nelson. Oh wait, no. My DJ Pony also bet on Sunset. Oh, roll up. What? Roll ups. 1, 2. No. Okay. Right, and now Pinky is back to having complete control over Sunset. Just working on every single body part that she possibly can. Even the bacon hair. I will say, even though Sunset here is a little scuffed, she honestly kind of looks a little too big. I think that she came out incredibly good, chat. I think she came out incredibly good. Honestly, I think everyone did. That was me spending over 9,000 points on Pinky. Zach, if anyone was going to spend that much on Pinky, it was going to be you. But I think you're about to pay for it because we got the Sunset Flip Powerbomb. 1, 2. Oh, no. But of course, Pinky has a never say die attitude about her. What the fool? Just chucks the shovel right into Pinkie Pie's face. There is no love lost between both of these competitors. Zach was cooking when he bet all those points. I think he's going to be cooking here even more here in just a second, because now, Pinky did have her in a devastating armbar. Into the corner now. Oh, the running uppercut. Into the other post now, too. We going all 4 corners. Is Pinky going across the world here? Who won between Flutter and Rainbow? Fluttershy actually won. And Applejack beat Rarity in less than 2 minutes. It's actually insane how much she handled her. That was actually insane. I'll be honest, chat. Sunset is putting out more of a fight than maybe some of us thought she would. She's putting up more of a fight than maybe some of us thought she would, but Pinky, of course, you know, the more sly of the two. The powerhouse Sunset is gonna have to tighten her grip if she wants to come out the other side of this the winner. Let's see if she can survive The ankle lock here. No. Oh. Pinky has had control throughout most of this match, but Sunset has proven her resilience throughout this. But hold on. 1, 2. No. Not gonna happen. What is it going to take to keep Sunset down? She has 2 red body parts. She has an orange chest and yellow arms. What the hell is it gonna take to keep her down? Oh, but Pinky's running back with the bat. Oh! CTE City onto Sunset. Oh. Makes her out, makes her drop the bat. Ooh. Into the barricade. Okay. Now Sunset, probably with the control that she needed throughout this with the Alabama Slammer on the outside. Oh, and now back to the ring we go. Hold on. Sunset manhandling her now. The sidewalk slam. Could we be seeing a comeback, chat? Could we be seeing a comeback for the bacon-haired bitch? Here at the EQG Rumble. Oh, into the ring post now. When now Sunset giving Pinky a taste of her own medicine with the footlock. Let's go, Sunset. Clap, 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 clap. Let's go, Sunset. Nelson over here being like that one dog from like Looney Tunes that's like, hooray! And then he gets like a bunch of garbage thrown at him. This is actually insane, yeah. It is worth noting, chat, that you cannot get a pinfall or a submission on the outside. Even though there are no countouts in this match and weapons are allowed, you gotta get the 1, 2, 3 inside the ring, baby. So no matter what, this has to end between the rope. Just snaps the hockey stick over Pinkie Pie's head, chat. This is honestly the most competitive match we've had all night. What? Holy shit. Oh, and working over the arm once again.
Phoenix Redtail, Meowie is my waifu. It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
So Phoenix, when exactly are Meowie and the homunculus getting together? When are they getting together for a good old-fashioned gamer night? Oh, the table has come into play. Oh no, we are not playing an ad during this. No. Logan. Get the table. No, Pinky's already done that. Pinky already did that, chat. Also, I'm hiding. Also, from here on out, I'm hiding the meters. I'm hiding the body part stuff. Because that way it's a little more unpredictable. Pinky a little bit unsure of what she's about to do here. Oh, but it looks like she's made up her mind. Oh, but I ship homunculus and Meowie. I mean, I'm fine with shipping like just TTS bots. The robots are taking a one count after a sunset flip powerbomb. After getting a hockey stick broken over her head, Pinkie Pie still gets up at the count of 1, and she no-sells the powerbomb onto, or rather the power slam onto the table. What a match, chat! What an absolute showing of heart and determination and grit from these two athletes right here. In all my years of calling wrestling matches on this channel, I've not seen two more evenly matched competitors than this. Holy shit! And Pinkie Pie with a newfound aggression. She did not take too kindly to being shoved by Sunset, and now she's making her pay on the outside. With a crossface, but no. Sunset with the comeback. Throws her back into the ring. Fuck her up, Pinkie. Fuck her up. Fuck her up, Pinkie. Fuck her up. Fuck her up, Sunset. Fuck her up. Fuck her up, Sunset. Fuck her up. The spear! The spear from Pinkie! This could be it. 1, 2, 3. What a match. Wow. Diane Pie wins the match, chat. Pinkie's burnt the bacon. And now Pinkie can say that she comes out the other side the victor after a you're damn right that was 4 stars. Chat, that had to have been like 15 minutes at least. All right, we're gonna choose the outcome. Pinkie won, chat. Pinkie won. Congratulations to everyone who predicted Pinkie Pie. Which means now we only have 2. We only have 2 competitors left to face off against each other. You better believe that once again we are going back to the Slim Jim Arena. Special guest referee. But first, I need to choose the competitors. I got $12. What a win. It is going to be a mirror match where Twilight Sparkle faces off against Twilight Sparkle with the special guest referee, none other than Trixie. None other than Trixie, chat. She is here. She's the special 9th competitor that I created just for this night. The best side character. The greatest heel in all of Equestria is here in the building tonight to officiate this special matchup between a real meeting of the minds. That's the billing of this match, the meeting of the minds, as Twilight takes on Twilight. But before we get to that match, we need to serve ourselves up on a silver platter for Mr. Bezos.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. I would have suggested Enter the Twilight Zone.
Of course, we have to begin with Acclaim's
Wow,
dude!
dude!
Attitude.
No,
While we have yet to review the N64 version,
really, we get that on this night.
Up to expectations.
On this night, we get it.
The graphics are very disappointing, especially during entrances. But the character
Tonight,
animations are well done.
on this night,
Some modes
we
do
get
not
it.
even have entrances. I wish more than 4 players could be in the ring at once. Special moves are not listed in the manual, but some are listed in the creator.
It's the meeting of the minds as we enter the Twilight Zone here at the EQG Rumble. As Twilight Sparkle takes on Sci-Twi with special guest referee.
For example,
the most great and the most powerful referee in the business, Trixie!
We had a lot of fun creating.
Honestly, I'm content with my victory. You're content with your victory.
You don't get to do that every day.
I predicted all 3 victories so well.
Player 3 obviously can't win the match that way.
Mods, can we get a new prediction up and running? Don't make it like a thing where it's like, oh, who will win, Twilight Sparkle or Twilight Sparkle? Like, you need to be clear about this. Put Twilight and Sci-Twi, okay? The battle of the best ponies. Actually, if that were the case, it would be Fluttershy versus normal Twilight. Although it is still battle of the best ponies because it is 2 of my favorite pony here. So if anything, it still fits. Also, thank you, Mech. No, Twilight versus sci-fi. Like
excuse me, we're
sci-fi.
back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. No, it's like science fiction. Like sci-twi. Like science Twilight. You know? Here we go, chat. Now, don't pay attention to their overalls at all when you're making your predictions. Let's not pretend that I purposely made Sci-Twi the biggest jobber of all time. Just for the sake of a gag. Okay? Let's pretend like that didn't happen. Alright, here we go. Now pay attention to their names when you hear them, because these are some choice names that I gave to them. Everyone gets to get their predictions in before the match, too. Oh my god, we get I get to show you guys this first thing.
4-1.
Mocha laughing. You were just in time for the great and powerful Trixie to enter the ring. Welcome to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. I made this entrance so
Hello, Mario.
stupid. Every single entrance here makes it makes it sound like the announcer's drunk. Just take a look at this entrance, chat. Look at this. She's got the cane fire. She has like money falling from the ceiling. And then she's got this. Yes! 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 Incredible. I'll tell you what, chat. After that, I'm feeling like some hype emotes in chat. Can we get some? Can we get some hype emotes in chat? Not just for Trixie, but also for my girl here.
First, from Camelot, Tyler Sparks.
Yeah, I had to do Tyler Sparks, chat. I'm sorry, I failed. I failed you all. If you can imagine, neither Twilight nor Sparkle. Drag, I also have a hype emote. Use that too. Use that too. Everyone else is cool, but like, you know, I got in there free. Let's put it through its paces now. All right, look at the points spent. How many points were spent? The scientist Tyler, chat. Complete with the Scott Steiner headdress. Guess who went all in again? Zach, there's absolutely no way that you betted another 10,000 points on this bullshit. There's absolutely no way that you betted 10,000 points on this bullshit. Again. Even after you literally said that you betted everything. There's absolutely no shot in hell that you betted that much a second time. I sure did all of the easy bet. No! You did not have 10,000 channel points! Bro saw the overalls and said bet. I only betted 150. Who here betted again? Oh, hey, I can actually see who, like, betted for what. Oh my god, chat. Chat, do you want to see the point disparity here? So, Mech betted 10. So, like, in terms of, like, normal Twilight, Mech betted 10 channel points. Hold on. Freeze frame. Record scratch. Yep, that's me. Mech bet 10 channel points. DJ bet 80. Cookie bet 150. Zach bet 11,314. He has no confidence. He has no confidence in Sideswy, who only has one supporter in Drac with 500 channel points. So if Sideswy manages to win this, Drac's gonna be feasting the whole time. Okay? He'll be able to buy himself, you know, a nice meal at McDonald's with that kind of money. With that kind of money. Then I get all the money. Drac, I'll send you into the pool with Trixie. What, into the betting pool? I really wish that it would have been funny if we could have done a third one and just have the third option be Trixie and people could just waste their channel points. Anyways, chat. The vibe. I'm thinking that the vibe is in the ballpark of this. Mario. Now let's see if Trixie actually does something here, because I'm not... Holy shit! Twilight! Fucking Sideswy barely... A 2 count? A 2 count! This early on! Wow! A 2 count this early on into the match. Sideswy is going to town! Sideswy is going to fucking town! 2! Holy shit. Normal Twilight better set this up if she wants a chance in hell at winning this. Because these back-to-back 2 counts are kind of embarrassing. Holy shit! Can she get a third? A third! A third! A third 2 count! Holy shit, I'm dying. A third 2 count! Holy fuck! Okay, holy shit. This music fits it. It does.
Nothing beats a cool, refreshing sip of water.
Oh, thank you. Sideswy has the benefit of more experience in a human body. You know what? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Honestly, normal Twilight comes into this at a little bit of a disadvantage. So, holy fuck. Look at this, chat. Do you see this? Do you see what's happening here? Normal Twilight is getting the shit kicked out of her. Also, Mocha, thanks for following. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. I'm sorry I didn't thank you earlier. A sleeper hold now! Twilight is getting cooked, dude. Oh, but now normal Twilight's back in the driver's seat, potentially. Sideswy studied before the fight. Oh yeah, she fucking... she freaking watched the tapes. She knows Twilight Sparkle like the back of her hand. You know? She sat there and watched hours upon hours of wrestling tapes. She watched her time in GCW, in Ohio Valley, in New Japan. She knows everything there is to know about Twilight heading into this matchup. So Twilight Sparkle... Hi, Patch. Sideswy watching the VHS tapes, exactly. These two nerds are smart enough. Sideswy doing Steiner math mid-match. I mean, Sideswy did come out with the Steiner headpiece because I thought it would be funny. So... Holy fuck! Chat! Chat, do you see this? Hold on. Hold on. I need to freaking do something again. Chat, remind me to, like, go into the settings once we're done here. Hold on. Send this back to where it was. Give me a second. Okay, we got the Kevin Dunn camera for a second. Ah! No! Ah! Ah! 2! Ah! Finally! Finally, the normal Twilight's able to get a 2 count on her opponent here. Because surprisingly, for 80% of this match, Sidetwi has been in the driver's seat. Now the question is Trixie actually going to, like, try and do something here? Or is she going to remain an impartial referee? Or will outside forces come into play? Chat. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. That would be unfair to the people that bet against or for Twilight. What? Wait. I was gonna say, is that gonna be like a senton from the apron? Uh-oh, someone put the alicorn amulet on Trixie. There's no shot. We are not ending this in a countout. This is Trixie in the EQG universe. She doesn't hate either of these Twilights. Ah, yeah, that's a good point. There's really no reason for her to be a heel towards them. Sidetwi turning this match into John Cena versus Brock Lesnar in SummerSlam 2024. Or rather SummerSlam 2014. Isn't that the one in where Cena just gets absolutely bodied by Brock? Oh boy. And surprisingly, in this equation, Sidetwi is Brock Lesnar, chat. Uh-oh. Brock Lesnar is a monster, and evidently, so is Sidetwi, but hold on. Oh, a questionable rope break call. Are you telling me that Trixie may not be the best referee of all time, game? It was the day Super Cena died. You could hear, like, kids in the audience just, like, being, like, upset that it was happening, too. Like they sounded like they were watching their hero die. Oh, damn! The big kicks, and Twilight no-sells with a flying elbow! The springboard flying elbow, what? Holy shit! Could Sidetwi pull this out? OMG, Twilight's just getting her ass kicked. She is! I'm not, like, looking at the meters right now. But, like... But, like, I have to imagine that normal Twilight is getting, like, completely wrecked right now. What the... No! Twilight! You can't do that! You can't do that! Trixie, do you see what's happening? Trixie, do you see what's happening there? The turnbuckle is exposed. Oh no. No! And Twilight and Sidetwi turning the tables on her opponent here. Hold on. Whoa. Oh damn. Oh damn. Ooh, the running clothesline. Holy shit. But the comeback seems like, oh, the poison mist! The poison mist! Holy shit! Oh, but it doesn't seem like Twilight's really selling it. Holy shit! Wow. Oh no, in the Tree of Woe. Twilight Sparkle a little disoriented after the poison mist. That was insane. I completely forgot that I put poison mist on her. OMG, they are evenly matched. And I thought for sure that it was going to be like a squash match. This is like, what is this match, chat? What is this match? Holy shit. Oh boy, hold on. What actually is this match? Wait, wait, who is this ref? The most great and powerful ref across the entire industry, the great and powerful Trixie. The special 9th character that I made just for this. Sci-Fi deserves this. She studies so hard. Dude, it might be over. The power of the punch! Twilight Sparkle might be out, chat. Cover. 1, 2. No! This is astounding! This is astounding, chat! Fight forever! You're hearing it in this arena, fight forever! She willed her way to that kick out. Oh, the elbow drop! The turret cannon didn't accomplish that. Wow. Holy shit. I'm astounded too. I'm astounded too, chat. But Twilight Sparkle clearly frustrated at this. And now we're on the outside here. The suplex onto the floor. But Saiswai had it scouted. She has the advantage of knowledge on her side. At least stay on the outside. Saiswai is looking to maybe, perhaps, get that count out victory, or she can do that. Or she can do that. It's tit for tat. It's tit for tat. What the hell? Holy shit. Ooh. The combination. 1, 2. No. Not gonna happen. I need a Heroes playing in my head. Where have all the good men gone, chat? Holy fuck. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Sideswipe had that match won, but Tracy didn't see it. Sideswipe had the match won, but Trixie didn't see it. And now Twilight Sparkle taking advantage. Ooh. Shot for shot. Blow for blow. Ooh. What a match, chat. What a match. Holy fuck. Neck breaker. This is awesome. Can I get some this is awesome, chat? 1, 2, 3. No! Can we get some this is awesome chants? This is wrestling. Wow! Hard fought. We had to do it right at the end! Wow. Wait, why is the ref blue? Because it's Trixie. Stolen. Trixie's fault. Holy shit. Zach is cleaned out. Twilight Sparkle with the win at the very end. Just like she does many times in the show, Twilight Sparkle pulls it out when you least expect it. The winner of the match is Twilight Sparkle. That means blue voters. You get it. Zach is rolling. Zach is like Adele over here. He's rolling in the fucking deep with these channel points. 12.1 thousand channel points. Wait. Zach filing for bankruptcy. There's no way. He's making out like a bandit right now. What is our next fight? Well, I'm glad you said that, chat. Because, hold on. Chat, it is time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone in between, it is time for War Games! That's Survivor Series. That's Survivor Series, apparently. We have to... This match is gonna get so massive that we need to take it out of the Slim Jim Arena and into Survivor Series. Wait a minute, hold on, give me a second. I want to see something here. If you go to Survivor Series, will it just be one ring? Okay, yes, it will be just one ring. That's weird. There'll be War Games! Here. Inside the squared circle. It will be 4-on-4. The advantage will... And the team advantage will be randomized. You kick the long boy game to the curb, baby. We got enough money. We got enough money to get out from under their wing. And start having this in the fucking arena that matters. Fuck you, Slim Jim. It's like, fuck you, Baltimore. If you're dumb enough to partner up with the long boy this weekend, you're a big enough schmuck to be Slim Jim. Now, chat. We need to figure something out, okay? We gotta figure something out. Who's on what team? Okay? Who is on what team? I have a 100% luck rate. It's time to bet on everything again. Right, chat. I'm going to roll the dice again. Okay? I'm gonna find the dice. I'm gonna roll it again. And we're gonna see what comes up. I'm gonna roll a D8. Okay? I'm going to roll a D8. We'll start from there. 8! Number 8. Okay. The team captains should be both Twilights. Oh, they should, though. You know what? You're right. You're so right. I'm gonna re-roll here in just a second. We got Twilight Sparkle here. And on the other end, we also have Twilight Sparkle. We also have Twilight Sparkle, chat. Then I'm gonna re-roll again. Sidetwi is getting her revenge. Should we do winners versus losers, chat? I'm thinking that maybe we should. You know what? Sure. Let's go ahead and do winners versus losers. We got Fluttershy on this end, as well as Applejack and Pinkie Pie. Where's Pinkie? There she is. And across from them are going to be the characters that they lost against. Rather the characters they won against. So it will be Rainbow Dash. And then Rarity. And then Sunset Shimmer. And that'll be our lot, chat. God, they all look so scuffed standing in a row here. They all look so weird, chat. They all look so weird. Also, I can't believe it, but we are like over 2 hours into this stream at this point. Before we get into war games, are we all fine with me taking a break here real quick? Hopefully we are, because I want to take a break. I want to take a break and stretch my legs. Maybe make a chicken salad sandwich here real quick. Let's all take a piss break, and then when we come back, it will be time for War Games. I'll see you all in a few. If you've not done so already, consider following the channel. I would really appreciate it. I know that I'm going to be gone for probably a month or two here soon, but I would really appreciate y'all being here for when I come back, because I guarantee you that the fun will continue. I got a lot of shit in mind that I plan on doing once we're back, and I would love to have you all here for it. So, thank you. Thank you, please, if you could follow. I'll be back in a few minutes, chat. Do not go anywhere. We'll stick with the action, not in picture-in-picture, because I gotta run an ad. Don't go anywhere.
It's break time. Where the heck's the cheaters, my dudes? Om nom nom, oh excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hello, Mario.
Team Sparkle versus Team Science, chat. Those are the names of the teams, and that is what you are pulling on right now. You are pulling on that right now. Because those are the names of the two teams here. On the left, we got Team Sparkle. That is Twilight Sparkle, Fluttershy, Applejack, and Pinkie Pie. And on the right, you have their opponents. You have the people that they won against. You have Sci-Twi, Rainbow Dash, Rarity, and Sunset Shimmer. All 8 of these competitors will find themselves in the same ring one more time. In War Games! I'm sorry, I like doing that. I like pretending I'm Willie Reegs. Hey, Sax, what's up? Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I don't know why it's not showing you. I feel like I may need to refresh the chat widget. I may need to refresh it. Give me just a second. I think I need to refresh that. I'll do that while they're doing their entrances. And it's super long this time because I want to make sure that everyone... 13,000?! Huh? Who bet 13,000 on Team Sparkle?
The following contest is the Women's War Games match! The rules of the match are as follows.
I'm betting on the team of winners. I spent everything again, evidently. We got a lot of Team Sparkle truthers in the chat. Team Science ain't looking too hot, but...
The first member to enter will come from the advantage team. Once all competitors have entered...
I'm so betting on Rainbow Dash.
...officially begins! The match can be won by pinfall.
Oh, hell yeah, we got Samantha Irvin.
Cage will result in a forfeit. Now, let the War Games begin!
Who the hell bet on... Man. I will say that Sax, Team Science has Rainbow Dash on it, okay? But also keep in mind that Rainbow Dash lost her match against Fluttershy, and that's why she's on the team. Tyler Sparks, that's what I could do, chat. That is the best that I could do with the stuff that I've been given. We still got a couple people truthing for the truthing for Team Science. You know? We still got quite a people, and this poll will be up for 10 minutes. So if you want to bet more as we go throughout this match, you are more than welcome to. Okay? This right here is up for 10 minutes. But keep in mind that with War Games, a pinfall or submission cannot happen until all 8 competitors are in the ring. Until that point, it's about survival. Until that point, it is all about survival. So keep that in mind as you are making your predictions. Sideswipe is the biggest threat in this match, not gonna lie. She really is. We went into her match with Twilight Sparkle thinking that it would be an easy win for Sparkle. But Sideswipe showed up and proved everybody wrong. She showed that she can hang. But that was a one-on-one capacity. And she's the first of 6 other people to walk into this match. She has to spend at least 8 minutes in the ring without without just breaking, you know? That chainmail hood, it's the Scott Steiner hood. She could survive in a one-on-one capacity against against Twilight Sparkle. But in a 4-on-4 match where anything goes, I don't know about that, Chief. Here we go. It is time for War Games. Is officially underway, chat.
Hello, Mario.
Hey there, I play games sometimes. Big Pony Pump, Scott Sparkle. Yes, that's awesome. Jodizo, I need you to edit Sideswipe over the Steiner Math promo, please. You know they say all ponies are created equal, but you look at me,
Mario.
And you look at Twilight Sparkle, and you can see that statement is not true. Oh, the signature offense right at the start. Hold on, I'm gonna do something here. Also, chat, you didn't remind me. You didn't remind me. We need to have the dynamic camera cuts. So that way it's more presentable. There you go. I mean, to be fair, Sideswipe was never a pony. But like, listen. That is another thing that chat brought up earlier. Also, I need to put music on. That is another thing that chat brought up earlier, that there is a bit of a that there is an unspoken advantage. Megalovania, chat. Jeez. Sideswipe once again showing that she can hang. She has not taken any lickings yet in this matchup. And yet she's been going to town on her alter ego. Team Science gets the first! Team Science gets the team advantage. Could the losers pull this one out, chat? Because now, Twilight Sparkle needs to be in the ring all by herself against two of the fiercest competitors that we've seen tonight. Ow. I'm assuming she's on Team Science. Yes. Rainbow Dash is on Team Science. Ow. Genuinely, though. I kind of want to get, like, both of the Twilights in one more match at the end. Ow! Damn. Twilight Sparkle just getting absolutely battered here at the start of the match. This is 100% not something that you want to have happen to you this early on. But wait. Maybe standing over there strategizing a little bit. Well, by doing that, they're wasting valuable time because another member of Team Sparkle is entering the match, and it is Fluttershy. Fluttershy coming in to get another piece of Rainbow Dash. Oh, the suplex! Immediately, Fluttershy is taking Sideswipe to Suplex City. Ooh. Rainbow Dash is trying to get the head scissors in, but she can't do it. Because I'm a product of science. Because I'm a product of science, and I'm not normal. Oh wait, yeah, like the thing isn't. It's not showing you. Hold on just a second. Give me a second. There you go. Now you should be showing up. Rainbow Dash, get your revenge on Fluttershy. I'm surprised Fluttershy didn't go for a weapon before entering. I'm sure someone will bring a weapon in here in due time. Oh, immediately, Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash showing why they are the workhorses of our show here tonight. I hate how this song gets claimed on YouTube. Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, maybe I should stop playing it. What should we play, chat? Oh, I know what we should play. Hold on. There you go. But not by Toby Fox. Oh yeah, like it fucking gets claimed by some know-nothing. And the loser team has the advantage again as Rarity makes her way into the ring. You have to imagine. You have to imagine that she walks into this match with a big chip on her shoulder because she spent the majority of her match with Applejack on the offensive, but all it took was one kick to finish her off. Oh no, she can get that tap out all she wants, but it doesn't matter. Superplex. It's gonna be really hard to like follow and call the action in the ring here, chat, but I'll give it a shot, okay? Fluttershy getting taken to town here. Wait, hold on. And Sideswipe. Oh wait, hold on. Nope. Rainbow Dash getting a bit of revenge on Fluttershy. And Rainbow Dash, or rather, and Rarity, meanwhile, over here on the left ring, just manhandling Twilight Sparkle, just stomping her into the canvas. Again, that big chip on her shoulder. She wants to prove that she can hang, but she's gonna have to hang now with the woman that took her down in one shot. It is Applejack. She's coming in with the hardware. She's coming in with a kendo stick, chat. The great equalizer. Twilight is so fucked. She is. Twilight Sparkle is going down harder than my credit score, I'll tell you what. No doubt, partner. Yep, Applejack with the plunder. You know what? If anything, it makes sense that she would bring in the hardware. Oh, but right now, the losers are bringing the heat. The losers are bringing the heat. Because, like, you freaking gotta look at Twilight Sparkle over there, chat. She is in the YOLO, and she has broken chest and head. And meanwhile, Sci-Twi, she doesn't have a scratch on her. She is looking good for someone who has been in here since second one. Who would have thought that the character that would be the worst in this whole game would end up being would end up being the one? Wait, am I playing as Twilight? Hold on, just a second. No, that's why she's losing! Chat, I'm sorry, but we gotta restart. That's why she's losing! That's why she's losing! No! That's not why Twilight lost earlier! I did not make it so that she's playable by me! I gotta go into commercial break so I can process this.
It's break time. Where the heck's the cheaters, my dudes?
Roll us on after this. I wasn't trying to fuck over Best Pony, I promise! Truth is, Twilight Sparkle, the game was rigged from the start.
Mario. However, the challenge level is low, and the jumping
I swear that's not why Twilight lost earlier. I've been playing this fair the whole time. Okay?
Plus, the items have no tangible
I've been playing this fair the entire time.
The development of the PlayStation
title
is sadly missing. If you want a great Rugrats game, try Rugrats.
Refund.
Okay,
listen.
To give you an idea of the outstanding level setups and strong
I'm going to delete this, alright? So remove the prediction from your dashboard. Viewers will no longer be able to contribute. Votes will not be saved. All channel points will be returned to viewers who participated.
You look a little sick, Angelica.
Let's run it back, chat.
You. Let's go clean you up.
We're gonna run the match. We're gonna... Mods.
I haven't golfed in ages.
Mods, can we please run the... can we please run the prediction back?
This is gonna be great.
Well, I can tell you this. We're gonna get to 3.5 hours very easily.
Ice Cream Mountain. That's where I'm gonna get a hole-in-one and win your kids.
That was my plan all along, chat. That was my plan all along.
So what if it's never been done before?
Someone clip that. Someone clip that. You need to clip that.
If we all do some, we'll be done in no time.
Please. I'm begging. Begging. On hands and knees. On God. Okay?
Pop, don't.
You're scaring the
Forcing
children.
people to lock in the prediction. I refunded everyone's channel points. Everyone has their channel points back, okay?
Just stick to Jello molds.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Okay. I'm trying to pad out the stream time. SMH. Sev wants to eat your points. You can't. I refunded all of them. Everyone has them back, okay? Thank you, Mech. Who wins? And also, again, make it 10 minutes. I'm sending you a clip, Logan. It's perfect. That cum-sucking dog?
We got to get Grandpa's teeth back.
Nelson, do you want me to play this on stream?
So big, we might not find him till we're grown-ups. Grandpa needs us, Chucky. Come on, we got to find Spike.
Do you want me to play this? Here. I'm sending you a clip. It's perfect. Up to you. Okay, so... Chat. Is this me?
You goofy, yeah, you bingus, rip, no! Dumbass, damn, you fucking goober, money grinding for T8 and up, Lamont Werpst, Reed, Chad is upset for this one, did he sell the ship? Yeah, I got rid of it, it's gone, stupid North trash, I will blow you up like Michigan. I forgot that the only...
I'll blow you up like Michigan, I mean, it won't look any different. I mean, it won't look any different, so. You can stop. I'm stopping. Anyways, chat. I'm thinking that after that. Let's run this back, okay? Not only that, we're gonna give you something that's a little better. Let's go. I will blow you up like Michigan. All right, here we go. Starting from scratch. Let's see if Sideswipe can hang. Now that I'm not accidentally fucking over Twilight Sparkle. Man, chat, so far it's much of the same story. I will secede like Wisconsin. That right there is what Twilight Sparkle's thinking after I almost fucked her over. Sideswipe's still going to town. She is. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the rapid palm strikes. Like, this is absolutely insane. Like, chat, I am not playing right now. I promise you. I am not playing. This is 100% legit. And now Twilight Sparkle is actually doing something here. It's no fucking wonder that Sparkle was getting the absolute piss beat out of her. Alright, let's see. Rainbow Dash is up next. Which means if Sideswipe isn't doing it, well then she'll have to deal with Rainbow Dash. I have to decide I have to decide if I want to gamble. Listen, I have the original I have the original micro trap. Oh, just threw her to the wolves. Threw her to the fresh Rainbow Dash for easy pickings. Tilt World Backbreaker to start us off here. Sideswipe's gonna get the victory that Trixie stole. Not to say, Twilight Sparkle's in a bit of a predicament, right? Ooh, the follow-up! That was actually some good tandem offense, chat, not gonna lie. That was actually some sick shit, not gonna lie. You see, wrestling games can be cool if you want them to be. What the fuck? What's happening? What? Nope, you waited too long. You waited too long, Sideswipe. And now you're gonna pay for it because you're gonna get your arm broken, like that. Surprisingly though, with how low her stats are, she's not taking a lot of damage, chat. God though, that was the funniest shit ever. It so was. Again, chat, someone had better have clipped that. Because that was legendary. That was a legendary whiff. Can you control the camera in War Games matches? I can, actually. I can do it like so. I can have them focus on a certain wrestler at a time. I can have them focus on the cages. Can we get up close? Oh, holy shit! Well, we caught that. And Sideswipe just not watching where she's going, and now she's paying for it. I'm so glad we caught Sideswipe just decking her own partner. But yes, you can in fact control the camera and have it focus on like different wrestlers. It's a little scuffed, I'm not gonna lie. I am kind of interested in seeing if Twilight Sparkle can actually like pull this out now that I'm not like actively fucking her over. Oh, she's climbing up to the top of the cage, chat. What? Hold on. What the fuck? The gormless man there. What? Oh, okay. Twilight Sparkle maybe getting some second thoughts there. Oh, what? But Sideswipe gonna meet her up there. Oh, they're fighting on the side of the cage, chat. What a slobber knocker. Holy shit! Falling like a sack of bricks. And missing with the elbow up the top. What? And immediately Rarity is just going into the ground. You're climbing around just for funs. They got bored or something. I kind of want to check out what the one-on-one match over here between Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash is like. Let's check it. Let's see here. Come on, Team Science! I'll tell you what, Team Science, it's a little bit touch and go right now, because right now it seems like Twilight Sparkle is getting the absolute piss being out of her. Oh, the reverse DDT. We're going back to the one-on-one action here. Between Twilight Sparkle and Sideswipe. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Rainbow seems to be getting the piss being out of her. She seems like it, yeah. That kind of seems to be the story here, you know? Because we got one person on one end. Hold on. What the heck is Applejack doing? She's bringing a chair into the ring, chat! She's bringing the equalizer in! Oh no, and she's not done yet, chat! And a stop sign! Lethal Company's height beat, chat. Oh, and she's still not done! And the kendo stick! Is that all the plunder? That is all the plunder. Holy shit. Absurd, chat. What the heck is Rarity doing? Oh, hold on. Nice. And all of it is being used against her. LOL, is it? It was though. Yes. Like it just like immediately it backfires. Just like immediately it backfires. Oh, the kicks! The kicks from Applejack! They're already being felt. They're already being dished out in this match. AJ brought all the weapons and she didn't get to pick any of them up. LOL. All right, who's coming in? Sunset Shimmer. Where is she? Where's Sunset? Oh, wait, there she was. There she is. Okay, cool. Oh, and she isn't bringing in any plunder. She's not bringing in any plunder. Let's see if she has something cooking. Oh, nice. Just chucking chucking the stop sign at Applejack. Ooh. She's like holding her up against the ring ropes. And meanwhile, Rainbow Dash is just being her senseless Nintendo stick. This is like the one bit in fucking JoJo, chat. Look at this brutality. Sunset. Oh, with the spinning back elbow. Hold on. Oh, the strength of Applejack. Michinoku driver. Well, actually, Falcon Arrow. The Falcon Arrow onto the stop sign. Oh man. Oh man. A matchup that we didn't get to see earlier on, chat. They're fighting on the top. No! Go back! We need a good view! And Rainbow Dash falls on the top! What? Hold on. Let's see. And with that, the match can now end at any time, chat. It really is just a matter of how long these competitors are willing to duke it out. It's always been a dream of mine to see Rainbow Dash and Sunset Shimmer double team on Applejack, and now I can say it's happened. You got some fucked up dreams. Alright, the matchup between Twilight Sparkle and Sci-Twi is still, it's a little more even than I thought it'd be. Oh man. It's not looking good for the losers now, chat, not gonna lie. It's not looking good for them. About to say. Can Fluttershy pull this out, chat? Okay, I'm actually gonna bring this back to like the normal camera view. That way we can get a good that way we can get like a good view of everything. But what the fuck is Rainbow Dash doing? No, we missed it! No, we already know Sunset's strong. What happened? What even happened there, chat? I stopped following specific characters and I immediately paid for it. Kevin Dunn on the cameras. Yeah, that was very Kevin Dunn-esque there. That was very Kevin Dunn-esque in nature. Rarity's getting fucked up. Well, not as fucked up as Twilight, because right now Twilight's got that head trauma. Chat, you know what? It's a little too small. I feel like we actually do need to like... Oh! Oh, she misses! Applejack moves out the way at the last minute! The slugfest. The slugfest between the biggest strikers in this matchup. Ooh. Ooh! And Sunset getting absolutely taken to town here. Holy shit, the bionic elbows! Sunset getting fucked up. Cover! 1, 2, no! What? Sunset, why'd you try to bring that up? Being worse than an AEW cameraman. No shot. Ooh, no! Applejack had that scalp, but Rarity comes in with the backbreaker! Holy shit! Revenge! Rarity got her revenge tonight, chat! Rarity with the save! They clipped us missing Rainbow Dash. Incredible. Holy shit! What happened to Rainbow Dash? Send that into Twitch Trot. Oh, the Unprettier! Fluttershy could have this one! What? Huh? Why? Why not? What? I kinda want to see what's happening on this side of the ring now. On. And we cut just in time, chat. The Twilights are going at it one more time. Right now. And right now, Sidetwi's having her way. Holy shit. This is actually fucking closer than it would have been. It is! What? Hold on. Oh, spin around. Yeah. Woo! The battle of the the battle of the scorned lovers. Much like with Applejack and Rarity. Sunset Shimmer and Pinkie Pie are laid out in the sides of the ring. Now Fluttershy is going to town on Rarity. We just see her climb up, and the next thing we know, she's on her back on the mat. LMFAO. This is closer. It is. Twilight just throwing the sign up. It's time to stop. Oh! No love lost between both of these women. Holy shit! Everyone here has sustained their own share of battle scars, except Pinkie Pie somehow. Pinkie Pie is actually still looking pretty good. No, we should not be going away from Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash. 1. No, a kick out at 1? What is happening, chat? Rainbow Dash really be like, you're tearing me apart, Lisa. Let's see. Ooh! Fluttershy and Rarity continuing the battle it out the knee! With the Triple H knee. 1 count. Rainbow's built different. Oh, the roll up! The roll up! 1! No, a 1 count too? What? Oh, the frog splash! We almost missed it, chat. We almost missed it. 1, 2, no! Rarity kicked out. Just in the nick of time. Now Sunset's getting beaten down in the corner. Let's actually head back over here. Holy shit. She is... Fluttershy has been getting the absolute tar beaten out of her the whole match with this stop sign. What the... Fluttershy has been getting absolutely taken to town with the stop sign this whole match. Whoa! Off the top, but no, miscommunication between Sidetwi and Rainbow Dash. But it's no problem. Because now, Rainbow Dash is making things cooler. Holy fuck! Stop throwing around the stop sign. You're throwing you're throwing up everyone's game. Sunset gotta hold out so they can eliminate Fluttershy. Oh, this here is not like elimination. It is 1 fall to a finish. Jesus. The losers are making a comeback. The losers are making a comeback, chat. Believe it or not. What a match so far. I know. Like, look at the stop sign. It's been battered this whole time. What, the electric chair? What? Oh! That stop sign is no respect. Fluttershy is fighting for dear life. She is. She really, really is. What the hell is going on the other side of this ring? What the that just came flying in! The stop sign comes flying in! What? 1, 2, 3! Pinkie Pie with the sneak roll up. And with that, Team Science win. No, Team Sparkle wins. 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 No way. Let's go. Pinkie won the War Games. What a battle, chat. What a battle. Greatest of all time is right. That was incredible. Like, look at the carnage in the ring right now. My God. Pinkie is truly champion. Never bet against Pinkie Pie. Zach, I gotta say, your fave is showing up. All right? Your fave is showing up. And with that, the winners are the winners for a reason, after all, chat. And with that, Team Sparkle has officially won. What they won? War Games! And the people that bet on Team Sparkle, they get a bunch of points. Congratulations. Pinkie Pie took that shit. Hell yeah, brother. But now, chat, this right here is where things get interesting. Because this whole thing doesn't end with War Games. Oh, no. No. This thing ends still at Survivor Series, because honestly, I don't want to give Slim Jim more money. It is instead a gauntlet. From this moment on, is a gauntlet. And since Pinkie won the match, she has to face her teammates one after another. I gave her the best stats in this game. I gave her the best stats in this game, chat. By the way, Stev, I got you. Thank you, Sax. Pinkie Pie has the best stats in this game. But we're going to put that to the test as she faces her own teammates. Applejack, Fluttershy, and Twilight Sparkle. One after the other. Then and only then will she get the prize at the end. Wait, so all of Team Science is out? All of them are out. They're all out. They're all out, chat. Although I do have something special planned for the end, don't worry. She has to face each and every one of them, one after the other. If she can survive this, then she will get the special prize at the end. However, if she cannot survive it, chat, then the person that eliminates her will get the special prize. Okay? That's how this is working. Right, so War Games is behind us, chat. It was a great fight, very well fought. But now, wait, hold on. While you guys are getting your predictions in, I'm actually going to run an ad, okay? We're all rolls on after this.
It's break time. Where the heck's the cheaters, my dudes?
Yep, that is the twist. They win. But that only, what the fuck? No, we're not.
However,
we're not doing this one again.
Low, and the jumping control is awkward.
We're not doing that one again. I'm going all in. Go all in. Pinkie is taking this, dude. Also, thank you for making this shorter.
Toe ball number 1 is a shockingly
inferior game.
There, we've said it. Make no bones
We've
about
said it.
Square's second fighting game released in the US and premiered
all in on
PlayStation
Pinkie
title
Pie.
seems like a rush job of the worst
Holy
kind.
shit!
The graphics look unfinished.
Mac!
The tournament mode won't take too long to conquer,
Mac with
and
the
play
bit
control
chat.
stinks. Most
Hold
fighting
on,
games
hold on,
use
I'm gonna
the
wait,
up
I'm gonna
button
wait.
on the control pad for jumping, but toe ball uses L, which is an awkward button to begin
L.
with and is hardly
Take
ever
the L.
used in games. Your kicks and punches don't often connect with the enemy when you're right in front of them. It's hard to move around the arena. Need I go on? The quest mode has the worst control of all. Like Batman Forever, strange, funky, complex, hard to memorize,
Let
and
me
totally
cook.
ridiculous button combinations
Oh,
are
Mech's
required
cooking.
to perform
Mech's
even
cooking,
the
chat.
simplest of actions. To simply stop running, you must press R1.
I gotta tell you
rather
this,
than just
chat, when
letting
we
go
get
of the
back,
control
okay?
pad. Who the heck let that one slip by? The weak play control, which gets a 1 on a scale of 10, makes the entire game worthy of the scrap heap. The quest mode, where you explore a 3D dungeon, is fun to play, but it's fairly simple to figure out. The play control makes it hard, though.
I
as
need
you
to
must
stretch,
jump over
chat. Do
rolling
not
walls on
pay attention
occasion,
to
and
the
once
fact
you
that I'm
die,
breaking right in
you
front of
die.
you.
You have 1 life, and that's it. Getting back to graphics, although they are 3D, they are remarkably undetailed and basic
Om nom
looking.
nom. Oh,
Hardly
excuse me, we're
convincing
back,
as
my
futuristic.
dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw.
Yet the opening cinema scene
Chat,
is
I need to
absolutely
tell you this.
outstanding. Just another example of a PlayStation game with superficial fluff hiding a piece of junk inside. We haven't given a review
You
this
make these
bad
vids
since,
because
well, maybe
Ken
never,
Icarus
but I
talked
don't
about
think
this-
we've ever played a game
about
this
this.
bad before. It
I knew
seems
about
Square
gaming in
is
the Clinton
truly
years
square,
before Ken
in the
Icarus.
head, blockheads. Okay, that's our weak attempt at a joke. But seriously, don't even rent this game. Don't even look at it.
Don't even
The game
look
is
at it,
totally
chat.
unacceptable for
Look away.
even die-hard street fighting fans. There's not much more we can say.
Listen,
We've
I've learned my
actually
lesson.
covered
I can't
everything.
ever vote against
The game is too
Fluttershy.
short as well, as if it wasn't bad enough already. The ending to the tournament mode is the same for every
Even if
character,
Pinky loses,
except for
she
who
still
walks
wins
down the
in
red
my heart.
carpet to receive the trophy. That, of course,
Pinky's been
depends on the
showing up
character.
this whole time.
Here's an uncut ending with a different character.
Notice how it's the same. Oh. Notice how it's the same, chat. I love Toriyama penis music. Pinky is good, but she doesn't have unlimited stamina. No, she doesn't. Now, chat, I need to put this into perspective for you, right? The people who are voting on, you know, the people that aren't Pinky, the highest that anyone besides Mech voted on is 120. Mech is betting 60,000 channel points that Pinky's not winning this match. Bold, bold, bold bets. That trumps what Zach has. Because right now, Zach is betting over 12,500 on Pinkie Pie. But Mech is almost quadrupling that. This will be interesting, chat. This will be interesting. The battle at the big bets. Here we go.
The following contest is a gauntlet turmoil match.
Tell him, Samantha.
The rules of the match are as follows. 2 superstars will start in the ring. When one superstar is eliminated, a new superstar enters. Elimination can occur by pinfall, submission, disqualification, or countout. The match will be won if the first entrant eliminates all other entrants in the match.
Here we go. This right here is the big one, chat.
And from the internet, Diane Pie!
That actually sounds really good. Here she comes, chat. Without a doubt, the MVP of this whole entire stream. Besides maybe Applejack, it is Pinkie Pie. And she may have the highest stats, but she has a big task ahead of her. She has to... She essentially needs to wrestle 3 matches in a row here. in order to get the prize at the end. Alright? She has to wrestle 3 matches here, one after the other, in order to win the prize. Again, that prize is unknown to her. It is unknown to everyone here. That could really be like, fuck Pinkie Pie. All my homies hate Pinkie Pie. Easy money. This has been a good stream. Are y'all having fun, chat? Y'all having fun? Because I'm having fun, I can tell you that much. I've been having a great time with this. Now, who's her first opponent? Oh, it's looking like Twilight. Wait, hold on. No, it's Flutter! Whoa! Fletcher Sky. This is like when this is like the voice actor of Rick and Morty like fighting himself, like when he's like fighting like 2 different characters, or like when 2 different characters are fighting and like they're both voiced by the same dude. If Pinkie wastes Fluttershy, it's over. There's a very real chance she will. Because again, Pinkie's no nonsense in this. She has the highest overall out of all these characters. Flutter versus Pinkie already? Nah, this is a WrestleMania dream match. I know! Right? You would think that this would be the last one that we would do. But no. It's the very first one, chat. Now then. Pinkie's in this position because she got the pinfall win. And also because she was the freshest in that match too anyways. So if anything, Pinkie's coming into this with an advantage. We got that Pokemon battle music playing. It is on. It's all about survival in this one, chat. There's no rest periods for Pinkie Pie. She is in here until she eliminates all 3 of these competitors, or if one of them eliminates her. All Flutters needs to do is weaken her. Exactly. Pinkie is at a huge disadvantage. She's in for the fight of her life here. So far, Fluttershy is in control. Springboard? Springboard moonsault! 1. No. How long can Pinkie keep up that energy, chat? How long can... Hold on. Hold. How long can she hold the energy, chat? And Fluttershy already stepping to the outside, trying to collect herself a little bit. Pinkie not having it. You gotta stay on her. Stay on her. But also, like, you need to think, like, she also needs to pick her spots a little bit. She has no room to be sloppy here. She has to be as precise as it comes. A count-out victory would be crazy. It would be, though. Oh, and Fluttershy went to the well one too many times with a standing moonsault. But honestly, a count-out victory might actually be the play. What the hell is happening? Come on. Back in the ring. So chat, to ensure... Oh, hold on. To ensure that we are able to see the action... Jeez! That's a good camera shot. In order to ensure the action can be seen at all times, we're going to just kind of lock onto one of these competitors the whole time, okay? We're gonna lock on Fluttershy, or rather Pinkie Pie, the whole time. It's her match after all. Oh! Step up kick. Oh! Oh! Fluttershy getting met with the receipt from Pinkie Pie. And what's this? Oh! Axe handle to the outside! Incredible. It depends. Is she getting her cookies and sweets? It's totally not a code word for performance enhancers, by the way. Oh yeah, I mean, I can't really say I can't say whether or not Pinkie Pie's on the Hogan juice. But you could probably say that she's on something or another. Pinkie Pie's holding her own in this so far, chat. She's no slouch. She is proving that she is not a slouch. Oh, the bear hug on the outside! Woo! I would not be surprised if she just takes the count out. Again, that might be the play. That honestly might be the play. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Nice. Nice. Kevin Dunn with ADHD. I don't know. I think we saw Kevin Dunn with ADHD a little bit before he left WWE. Oh, the face breaker. Up towards the sky. Fluttershy may be signaling for something big. Oh! She reverses the clothesline! She reverses the Superman clothesline, chat! Now Pinkie goes for the cover. 1, 2. No. Not gonna happen. Pinkie's gotta do a little bit more than that. Oh, it's hard fought so far, chat. It's hard fought so far. Again, like, Pinkie needs to keep up this heat. She cannot afford to get sloppy. Oh, Pinkie! Pinkie coming back! Perhaps! Oh, wearing down the arm of Fluttershy. On the ground now. Pinkie Pie. Getting her into the arm. Getting her into the hold. Fluttershy reverses it. Oh no, now Pinkie's in big trouble, chat. My god, we can have a free camera, chat. Do you want this? Yeah, I could just do this. This, like, honestly feels better. Oh, hold on. Oh, the running cross body! Oh, and Pinkie no-sells it. Flutters is not done yet. Now Pinkie, she could be on the ropes. This is not where you want to be, especially this early on. You still have 2 more matches after this. Oh no, Flutter's gonna fly! And she whiffs it! Fluttershy whiffs it! She eats a face full of concrete for her efforts. And now Pinkie's got her. And now, holy shit. It's an incredible backbreaker. Samsha on the back. Pinkie looking to fly now. See if she can. Oh, she misses the elbow. No. Pinkie not done yet. Woo! Double underarm suplex. Not done yet. Knees to the face. Exactly. At this point, you want to get down and dirty with it. You do not want to give... You do not want to show her any quarter. You cannot afford to show Fluttershy quarter. outside. I'm gonna change the music after every match, by the way, chat. I'm gonna change the music after every match. Oh! And Pinky still has the fire! Nice. Does she have anything up her sleeve? Does she have anything left up her sleeve that could somehow score her the win? You cannot show her any quarter. You cannot even show her a nickel. Not even a penny, chat. Everyone hates pennies. You can't even show her that. Alright. Fluttershy fighting back now. The overdrive! That could be it, chat. 1, 2, 3. Not even one, chat. Not even one. Fluttershy's the MVP of this stream, I guess. Look at her, she's so smug about it, too. She's finally getting some confidence. I freaking knew it! You sure did. Well, Mech, you didn't miss. You did not miss. And neither did anybody who voted on Fluttershy and the others. So, with that in mind, not only is Fluttershy the best character in this whole thing, but the people that voted on the other three, you got it. Well, I'm bankrupt. Well, now, chat. I gotta show you, I'm gonna play a little bit of, Gitsy for you real quick while I set up our final festivity of the evening, okay? I'm gonna take you through one more ad break. This will be the last one. And then I'll show you what the surprise is, okay?
It's break time. Where the heck's the cheaters, my
Marbles
dudes?
on after this.
The ape is back in his first action game ever, Donkey Kong Country. What makes this game so remarkable is that it's the first game created with fully rendered graphics.
I'm gonna go ahead and put on a different one. No, not that one. Not that one. Let's do Resident Evil 2. I cannot believe that, chat. The Flutterfucks made it out with everything.
Resident Evil 2 is definitely the devil of a game. It opens with exquisite full-motion video, violent full-motion video. Make that very violent full-motion video, complete with shots to the head and seizure-induced corpses. Resident Evil 2 has the same gameplay as the original. In that respect, the game's a disappointment, but no one, including us, will be able to resist this game. The gore is not the big draw here, at least not for us. It's the suspense, the eerie music, the awesome full-motion video. We really get annoyed with having to shoot a zombie 10 times before it's actually dead. This kind of ridiculous crap really slows down the game, and we're forced to suffer this unrealistic gimmick every time we find a zombie. And that happens a lot.
You're not supposed to shoot all of them.
Find zombies hanging together in huge crowds, making the job even more difficult. People like to say how scary Resident Evil 2 is. We haven't felt a shiver yet, but we haven't played the game alone in the dark. That's probably the best way to play. Resident Evil 2, on the whole, is an excellent game that no one should be without. It's no Tomb Raider, but we shouldn't expect it to be either. Resident Evil 2 does a great job of capturing the
Oh,
horror
excuse
mood
me, we're
like
back,
no
my
other game
dudes.
ever made.
Hey, welcome back
The
to Raw.
controls
Had
still
bad
have that watch
RNG
where
when
you're
they
going, I overshot the doorway
Pinky had
feel,
bad
but by
RNG when they
now,
brought
everyone's
Flutters
used to
out
this style
first.
of control,
No fucking
so
kidding.
we're giving it a generous C. Everything else gets an A. Resident Evil 2 comes highly recommended.
And before we get into the big surprise here, chat, I do want to say, you know, I say it a bunch of times. I said it last night. I'll say it many more times once I come back. I'll never stop saying it. Thank you. Like, Genuinely. Right now, my voice is like giving out from like all the shouting. But I would not want to do it for anyone else or for any other community. Y'all have been incredibly supportive of me for a very, very, very long time, especially this year. This year has been easily the most fun I've had with streaming, probably ever. We've had a lot of experiments this year so far. We've laughed. We almost cried, especially at the story of Shining Wizard. And, you know, I'm going to miss those for however long I'm gone for. I promise you, I will not be gone for any longer than I need to be. Because this right here is so liberating for me. Knowing that I have, you know, a community like this. Knowing that I have people like you here to cheer me on and to laugh along with me, laugh at my silly jokes, and go along with me and my fun bits and stories and stuff. Like, it's very humbling. It's very humbling, no matter what. And, you know, I don't know how, like, I just don't know, chat. I don't know how much longer I'll be doing this in general. It could be a year, it could be 2 years, it could be 5. However long I'm doing it for, I will always continue to try to give you my best in every single facet. And that is a promise that I will always try to keep. Thank you for being my fuel. And thank you for just being awesome and supportive in general. When we come back, we're going to have a whole revamp of things. We're going to have a whole new look. New gimmicks. A new look. A new change in attitude. And y'all are going to be blown away from it. It's going to be like nothing else in the VTubing community. I promise you that. But for now, let's see Pinkie Pie's prize, chat. We're still back. We're back here. We're back here at the EQG Rumble at the end.
Cool, refreshing sip of water.
Thank you. Wait, Hell in the Cell match? Uh-oh. Wait, didn't Pinkie lose? Oh yeah, that's right. Hold on. Shit. Ah! Quick. Emergency Gitsy. Emergency Gitsy. Emergency Gitsy. Emergency Gitsy.
Resident Evil 2 is
no, it's the same one.
Game. It opens with exquisite full motion video. Violent
Gitsy to the
video.
rescue.
Make that very violent full motion video. Complete with shots to the head and seizure-induced corpses.
I was about to say, I kind of expected Pinkie to win that. I'm not gonna lie.
The game's a disappointment.
So like my brain was like on autopilot.
To resist this game. The gore is not the big draw.
Jokes on you, chat. That was simply me trying to get you to stay here for longer.
Awesome full motion video. We really get annoyed with having to shoot a zombie 10 times before it's actually dead.
But yeah, chat.
Ridiculous crap really
You probably.
and we're forced
I mean,
to suffer this
fucking hell.
gimmick
It got
every
spoiled.
time we
Yes.
find a zombie.
The special prize
And that happens a lot.
is one more
In
match.
fact, we usually
The special
find zombies
prize
hanging together in huge
is one more
crowds,
match,
making
chat.
the job even more difficult. People like to say how scary Resident Evil 2 is. We haven't felt a shiver yet, but we haven't played the game alone in the dark. That's probably the best way to play. Resident Evil 2 on the whole is
I'm gonna bring this back now. No. Here we go. No, it's like 2 more minutes. It's 2 more minutes.
The following contest is a Hell in a Cell match! Making her way to the ring from the 5th dimension,
Here she is, chat. The true MVP of this whole thing. It's literally past 12 in the morning. Well, listen. Listen, it'll be fun. Just like 2 more minutes. But no, like if you genuinely do need to go to sleep, okay? It's fine. Don't worry about it. If you do genuinely need to go to sleep, that's fine. I imagine Fluttershy would be too hesitant to use the word hell. She must have been trained by Discord. I mean, you know what? Discord would absolutely be a mark, you know? Hell in a Cell match. Who's her opponent? I'll chat. It is none other than the great and powerful one herself, Trixie. The great Andy Powell. She is here for the final match of our night, chat. She was the prize. Trixie was the prize this whole time. You thought that she was just gonna be the special referee for that one match? Nah. Here she is. She's in town and she's ready to throw down. Trixie out of nowhere. What are her stats? They are comparable to Pinky. They're comparable to Pinky, chat. And that's what makes her dangerous. Actually, no. If they were more comparable to Fluttershy, she'd be dangerous. She's so over the top. I literally had to go in there and put this much pyro in myself. It was actually insane. Alright, chat, here we go. Now, of course, we need boss music, right? We need that boss music. So what is the boss music gonna be? Hold on just a second. I've had to turn these on every single time. Shit! I had to turn these on every... more pyro than Cody and Batista combined, lol. Like, literally, the idea of making that entrance was, we need to give her so much that it just seems like she's, like, compensating, right? Because when I think of Trixie, I think of, like, snarky and the snarky bitch that's, like, overcompensating for something, you know? Now, chat. This one here might get me claimed. But I don't care, because it fits. I don't think there's any more fitting music than this. I'm just playing stuff off my soundboard. I do not have that there. Okay, we actually do need to, like... Oh, what? Immediately? One? No, I was about to say, no. There's absolutely no way. Okay, so, like, with this, we absolutely do 100% need to have, like, the camera focused on somebody. Because we gotta look through the wire mesh, chat. Right? Come on. Ah, the punch to the gut. Oh, nice. Now, watch from the nosebleeds. That might actually get us a better view, though. I'm gonna check. What if we watch it like this, chat? Ooh! Okay, this is actually not too bad, honestly. Wait, actually, this right here is probably the best. If Fluttershy actually squashed her within the first 2 seconds, I would have laughed. I would have laughed too! Because I actually tried to, like, make her, like, kind of cool. Okay. Are we gonna go to the outside? Oh wait, no, I have the free camera. Let's just use that. Ah! I'm in the crowd. All right. Oh, it's a real battle of wits here, chat. I'm breaking through the boundaries. All right. Nice. All right, well, she's just showing off. Oh, the super kick! Just showing her how much she hates her. Completely fresh in this match is Trixie. This is honestly a little unfair. But them's the breaks. I really actually want Fluttershy to win this. Oh, we're outside the... We're outside the cell early on, chat. Now it looks like... Oh, yeah. This is either gonna be really fun or, like, really, really tedious, chat. There is no in between with these, because... Oh, fuck. Also, the camera here is really weird. We're gonna circle around them. Why does Trixie hate Fluttershy? Because she's Twilight's friend. That's why. And also because she is doing much better in this than Trixie is. Whoa! Huh? Holy shit! Well, that's probably a good reason why she wasn't being used. Holy fuck! Trixie literally just fell. Holy crap. There ain't no way you're gonna go back up there. There's no way you guys are gonna go back up there. But Starlight Glimmer is Twilight's pupil and friend, and she's still friends with... Listen. This is season 3, okay? This is season 3. Let's not think about that. It's fine.
Good God Almighty. She's broken in half.
She was actually dead. Trixie is just actually dead. Holy fuck. As God is my witness, chat. She is broken in half. Oh no, they're going back up. They're not done, chat. Guys, she's friends with Glimmer to get a dig in on to get a dig in on Twilight. Well, at least that's what she said when her big ego took over. Whoa! No way. No! Trixie's saying, I'm not falling down again. I'm not falling down again. No way. No! No shot! What? Hello. No! No sold. What's this? Sunset Flip Powerbomb? The CPU knows how players do in Hell in a Cell matches. To the top ASAP. No kidding. The German suplex onto the red Mattel steel, chat. Now available at Walmarts everywhere. Not Trixie tripping on her goofy shoes. Not Trixie jumping on her fake Jordans. They're fighting precariously close to the edge. The X Factor. They're fighting precariously close to the edge, chat. I do not like this. I do not like where this is going. Fighting on the top of the cell now. Okay? They are like goofy shoes though. Fluttershy taking a bit of time to gloat. I mean, she 100%. I mean, she has 100% earned the right. She's been absolutely dominating here. this whole night. But Trixie's got some answers. Trixie has some answers for her. Oh. Standing moonsault. Standing handspring moonsault. Are you kidding me? Now just raining shots down on Fluttershy. I kick to the gut. Oh, hello. Oh, the discus. Oh, the Salida del Sol. They are gonna keep fighting up here until one of the ceilings is busted, chat. I can guarantee it. Ooh! Running knee! Nice. Jesus. There you're a rumor that there was a scrapped episode that Fluttershy would have turned into a dragon. It would have been sick, not gonna lie. Oh! Now that right there is just some bully maneuvers, chat. That right there is the bully Trixie. This match will surely outshine Undertaker versus Mankind. I mean, like, listen. The only way it can is if they do a spot falling down there. You know what I don't understand about Hulk Hogan? Why he still continues to tell lies that can easily be disproven with a simple Google search. I mean, there are people who, like, don't use Google to, like, look up simple shit anyway, so you can't really blame him on there. But also, like, just Hulk Hogan is such a notorious liar. It's just really funny, you know? I don't really think it's even worth being, like, upset over. because honestly, he, like, does it to himself. You know? Also, Google says to put glue in pizza, so exactly. Exactly. You can't trust everything you read on the internet, but you can trust it from me, brother. I'd never mislead my fans, dude. It's how I was a world champion for so many years, Jack. Jesus. Both women are down. This fight's already taken a toll out of all of them. Out of everyone here on this night, but especially to Fluttershy, who's seen the most action this night by far. I'm Hulkopedia, Jack. All my little Hulkopediacs. All my little Hulkopediacs take their vitamins and
would
say
never
their
lie to
prayers.
his Hulkamaniacs brothers.
Exactly. Why the heck are we doing rest holds on the top of the cell? Oh, I forgot to run a poll. Oh yeah, can you run a poll, Mech? Can you run like a 2-minute poll, please? Give us a 2-minute poll here. Oh, hold on. Jesus, they actually will just fight up here until someone breaks a ceiling. Because you can actually break the ceiling in this. I know that much. But it takes a lot. And the CPU just sometimes does not understand that that's what you need to do. So, like, if this goes on for, like, too long... Oh, hold on. I saw that. One of them is buckling. Look at that. I thought it was a little too close there. One of them is buckling, chat. This one may be over soon. and not with rest holds, exactly. With the Hulkopedia, they know all the vitamins to take and the prayers to say, brother. What are you doing? You can't pin them on the top of the cell, Fluttershy! What you doing? Oh wow, you can actually see some of the battle damage. Look at that. I did not mean to, like, almost look up her skirt. It was weird. No! Come on! It literally just did it to me anyways. All the big letters are out of... All the big bettors are out of money. They are! Because all of them bet big on... on Pinkie Pie. Oh, Fluttershy's tapping out, but it doesn't matter. I never thought I'd see Fluttershy with battle damage. Our Hulk, our Hulk, who art in Hulkamania. Yeah, like all the big bettors are out of money because they all bet big on Pinkie Pie, and then Pinkie Pie let them down. The Pinkie Pie pals are broke now, dude. They're out here selling cakes on the streets because they got no other choice in this life. Wait, hold on. It's one of the prayers. You see, dude, you always gotta bet on Fluttershy even when things seem impossible, dude. I always tell my little Hulkamaniacs that Fluttershy's the best pony. And every single one of them not in agreement, dude. I also tell them that Rarity's a big stink. And Trixie's a little too difficult to work with for me, brother. I just put 10, so there's something to bet against, LOL. Just hit the last one! Whoa! Oh no. The ceiling is now open, chat. All it takes is for someone to just dump their opponent through it. Just to dump them through the hole. And then that's it. Please, 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 go, go, go. Exactly. I gotta check their things. They are so severely injured at this point. But they can't even do their finishers because, like, it requires them to be inside the ring. And they're not inside the ring. They legitimately cannot do it. They legitimately cannot finish this match. Which means I may have to take control at some point just to get things back on track. It's incredible how they haven't changed the AI for the Hell in a Cell. The new Legacy class. It would be, yeah. Just like taking control of them just to get them back into the ring. Like, look at this. Alright, chat, I'm gonna give it 2 more minutes. If they cannot end this shit in 2 minutes, rather they can't get back inside the ring within 2 minutes, I am taking control, okay? The moneyest in the bank ladders, for example. Yeah, exactly. Like, they just spend too long trying to get the ladder in that someone takes control of just to get it in. What? Oh! Oh! No. Okay, nice. This is the match that'll never end, that'll never end, that'll never end. How the hell did they even get on the ceiling? Well, they climbed up here, you see. Oh no, they're changing the chops up on the top of the ceiling? Oh no. Oh! I literally thought that Fluttershy was about to, like, just fall unconscious. Okay, but Trixie, you throw her off the ceiling. Like, look at this. You can't do anything. This does nothing. They took Fight Forever too literally. They did. What the hell? Just end the fucking match. Second time Flutter has tapped. Come on, game. What? Wait, did another ceiling drop? No. I'm literally about to curb stomp both of you bitches. All right, chat. Now the way that I'm gonna get them down here. Wait, hold on. Hold on. You've got 1 more minute to friggin' get back into the ring, or I'm taking control. You have until 12:34, or else I'm taking control. If you think about it, this is the most Trixie thing that could have happened in a Trixie match.
Hello, Mario.
What, like the match gimmick just fucks up? Just like Selena versus Liv, or so I've heard. I don't think there was a Hell in a Cell match in where they just would not get back inside the ring. Alright. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I know how to play Hell in a Cell. This should have been a casket match. LOL. For real. I'm gonna wait until Flares gets back into the ring. You know what? If anything, this right here is perfect to end off on. Just with the game fucking up. This right here is perfect. Get back into the ring. Come on, Fluttershy. Do not make this hard. Are you kidding me? The CPU does not know what to do, chat. Okay, now you do? Alright. Fluttershy got scared, chat. Fluttershy got scared. He's afraid of heights. Did you know that Michael Jackson's pet monkey Bubbles is now 40 years old? That monkey is older than me. Well, listen, I know that there's a monkey in Dragon Ball that's called Bubbles, and that thing is, like, immortal, right? Because, you know, it's on Serpent Road. Hey, man, Fluttershy's scared of heights. Give her time. You know what? We had a Trixie moment, and we just had a Fluttershy moment. Fluttershy was, like, looking up from the top of the cell, and she could just not yay herself into getting down into the ring again. She needed to, like, work up the courage. She needed to, like, run, like, Iron Will's words back into her head again. In order to muster up a bit of courage, you know? Okay. Fluttershy saw PTSD in that ring. Because she, like, saw Trixie just almost die, like, 15 minutes ago, and she doesn't want to become the same, and she doesn't want to have the same fate. Alright, chat. This right here is World Circuit time. Oh! In the ring! Middle of the ring! Oh, Trixie wins! The moment that she applied the chokehold, it was over, chat. Does Fluttershy use, yeah, the same way Trixie, the same way Jey Uso uses Yeet? Wow. Trixie with the win out of nowhere. Well, but really, she, like, won, like, she won, like, 3 separate times in this matchup. But let's not get in the way of a good story, okay? Why let that get in the way of a good story, right? Yeah! You won 10 channel points. Everyone betted for Fluttershy. That was her 3rd or 4th tap out. That was like her 3rd tap out. True, she actually dominated. She did. Everyone but me, LMAO. 240 channel points go to Soul. That's crazy. She gets all of the earnings. Wow. What a night, chat. What a night of action here that we had. For now, though, my throat hurts, actually. My throat hurts, chat. My throat hurts. But truthfully, I don't even want to end, you know? I don't even want to, like, stop here.
Nothing beats a cool, refreshing sip of water.
Raw slaps today. Holy shit. But truthfully, I've got nothing more for you tonight. Okay, but if you don't stop streaming, you don't leave us. It genuinely is a little hard, chat. It's a little hard to stop. But I do want to say I'm not going, I'm not going away entirely.
Spare serotonin, please.
Oh, wait. I do have one more thing for you. I do have one more thing for you.
Goodbye, friends.
Hello, Mario.
I love you.
I do have one more match for you. We got time for one more. We're putting everyone in a bottle royal. And it's going to be why isn't WrestleMania 1 in this game? Which WrestleMania? I've always liked the WrestleMania 20 stage. Let's do that. Wait, no. After a match like that, that was so bad that everyone returned their tickets, we gotta go running back for more cash, chat. We gotta go back to SummerSlam. We gotta go back to SummerSlam.
Go to WrestleMania 1 to body slam Gondre the Giant.
Gondre the Giant? That just sounds like you're calling him an ant. It's just like a really like tiny Andre that you hold in like the palm of your hand. Do not pick up the tiny Andre by the head. That gives him a headache. Put your hands down on the ground and allow the tiny Andre to come to you. Perhaps we could give him a teeny tiny sneak peek on a certain someone. Maybe Gondre is the world's largest ant. I don't want to think about that. I think the match wasn't until WrestleMania 3. It was not, no. What are you referring to, Keeps? Oh yeah, that's right. Hold on. I'm picking up what you're putting down. With that in mind, chat, first off, Mech's right. We do need to put a title on the line. But we're actually going to leave old Sci-Twi out of this. Okay? We're only going to have one Twilight here. Twilight Sparkle. Right there. Along with the other members of the main six and Sunset. Okay?
Ara.
Calm yourself, man. Pinkie Pie. We gotta leave the loser out of this. Oh yeah, you're right. I should leave Pinkie out of this.
Spare serotonin, please.
I'll leave Pinkie out of this. Should we have one more poll? I don't think we need one more poll. I think we're fine. This one here is mostly just for fun. Nah. I'm gonna stick with my original plan here. Main six, Sunset Shimmer, and then a little sneak peek at what is to come. the next time we're together, chat. The next time we meet. First, I need to put in everyone else that's in here. You know, Sunset didn't really impress me. I'm gonna do Trixie. I'm sorry, Sunset. Who's the odds-on favorite here? Give Pinky a chance to redeem herself. If I could make a prediction, I would still bet on Flutters. So yeah, it's all the members of the main six, Trixie, and a new character. The star of the women's My Rise that we're going to be doing next time we're here, Gina. With a 95 overall, chat. With a 95 overall. She is the baddest bitch on this block. I did not make her this good. I think that was Keebs. I think that was Keebs, chat. Before My Rise even starts. This felt correct. Okay. Well, you know what? It's a mountain to climb. It's a mountain. It's a mountain, chat. Gina looks like the Wonder Woman villain Cheetah. I have no frame of reference for that, but I'll take your word for it. Championship match. What title's on the line, chat? What title is on the line?
Oh my
I could buy any of these. What? What? Okay. I've always been partial to the UK Women's Champion. Io's belt. But no, like, the NXT UK Women's Championship is such a good belt, right? But we could also do the WCW Women's Championship here. This feels kind of NXT in the best way. Well, then let's do NXT Women's Championship, then, right? Let's do NXT Women's Championship. Let's do it. Presented by Slim Jim because we need the money. It is time for the Equestria Girls Rumble Royal style. We're putting them in a bottle royal, chat, and it's going to take forever to load them in. It's going to take them forever. Here we go, chat. Gina, the unacknowledged sister of Gira. Let's do it.
Making her way to the ring from Camelot, Tyler Sparks.
We all love Tyler Sparks, chat. Gina used to beat her up. Gina used to beat up her twin Gira as a child. Oh no, I need to like make Gira in this again. And like make it so that they're like a tag team, right? Right, like they're a brother-sister tag team. I like that. I'm so excited for chat to see her. We'll see her later on here in this match. She is her. I'll tell you what, chat.
Like I said before, you know, I'm the one that can see John Cena. Yeah, I'm the one that knows Victoria's Secret. I'm the one that knows what the dog is doing. You know,
that is Gina for real.
I'm him. When I go into a gym, treadmills do push-ups.
Push-ups. That's how it is, bro. I'm that guy. She knows what the dog is doing. And we'll see. And you'll get a glimpse at her power here in just a moment, chat. In a few moments you will catch a glimpse of her power. I'm going to laugh my ass off if Gina comes in here. Wait, hold on. Wait, is this like everyone at once? Is this everyone at once? I think this is everyone at once, chat. I'm just gonna go ahead and skip these if that's okay. Wait, hold on. I do want to see Rarity's entrance real quick. Yep, it's over the top rope. You are very right on that. Give me Rarity's thing again. I just need to see the absurdity of it. Wait, hold on. Hold on, this right here is Rainbow Dash. Ray Bowen dashing. Okay. Next up on the chopping block. Let's see it. Show me your teeth. Show me your teeth, Rarity. Bagpipes. Wait, no, it's the fucking accordion.
From Manhattan, New York,
I just love how we did this entrance gear, chat. I just want to revel in it, okay? That right there is someone who's like coming in style. Rarity would love just the pageantry of wrestling. Her WrestleMania like entrance gear would be peak. It would be peak shit. I almost kind of want to play as her in... I almost want to play as, like, one of these characters in the Women's My Rise. Just because, like, I think it would be fun to, like, almost, like, roleplay a little bit. You know? Accordion? Did she sandwich do Rarity's theme? Yeah, she fucking commissioned him. Incredible. Oh my god, that's right. I picked Trixie over Sunset. It's gonna take even longer for her to load in.
from the edge of reality, the great Andy Howe.
We've already seen it. We've already seen it. It's fine. But now, here comes the real one. Here comes the real one, chat. Here comes the real bitch. Trixie's back to burn the building down. I mean, with that much pyro, she might. Here she comes, chat.
And their opponent from Kenya, Long Girl.
Long girl, chat. First we had Long Boy for Gira. Now we have Long Girl for Gina. And what's that? A jacket she's wearing? I wonder what's on the back. I wonder what's on the back, chat. What's on the back? What's on the back of that jacket? What is on the back of it? Yeah! Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Look. Look at that shit there. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Represent. 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 Long Boy Club, represent. Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs. She is that bitch. LBC, 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 LBC.
LBC, 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 LBC.
Holy shit, she's ginormous! I forgot how big we made her. That's crazy, she's a giant. How will they stand a chance against this mountain of a woman? How, I ask you? Now, hold on just a second. We need music. I'm thinking... Nah. Let's have a little bit of fun. Ain't no one throwing her over the top rope, dog. Look at that. She's like lifted. Pull-ups with Pinkie Pie. Pinkie may be good, but Gina's a physical specimen. Just shoulder pressing Pinkie. She is the top rope. She actually is. She's like larger than the top rope. That's insane. Oh yeah, we love ourselves some punch out music. She's just going to town on every single person in this ring. Look at this. Slam after slam after slam from Gina. Delayed vertical suplex. Just walking with her. Delayed vertical suplex. Oh, one-handed. Jeez. This is unfair. Holy shit. She makes it look so easy, chat. Except Gina lifted more than Gira. Oh yeah, that's kind of what we wanted to go with for her. In that Gira was like really small, and we wanted to like do something that we haven't done before with one of these characters, and that's just make one of them like really big, you know? If anything, it fits the giraffe vibe a little more, because Applejack almost went toe-to-toe with Gina there. It was just about perfect. Oh. I love the idea of them being twins. I do too. I love that. It would make for such a good tag team dynamic too. I really like the big man, little man type of tag teams. Those are always really fun to me. This is Gina's unofficial WWE debut that they try to make everyone forget about, and then mention it in the showcase mode of WWE 2K30. For real. For real. This delightful rainbow melody of chaos. Oh, Twilight's out! Twilight's the first one out, chat. And Rarity's out too. Rarity has been striking out all night long, chat. Rarity's been striking out all night. She only got like 5 moves in throughout the course of this whole evening, and one of them was a kick to the face by Applejack. No Elins by Gina yet. Interesting. Yeah, I literally thought that she would walk in and just wipe the floor with this whole place. Gira does the work and Gina does the explosive finishers. Yes. It also makes for really good tag team offense, you know? Like, their tandem offense would be unmatched. You could literally like have it. You could literally have it be like how they roughhouse like in their youth. Like like Gina could literally just throw Gira like into their opponents, you know? AJ's everywhere, damn. Yeah. Man, AJ does not fuck around. That's insane. Again, watch out for the kicks. Oh. Tandem offense with Christine AJ. Nice. Spear running big boot. No. Oh, no way. I was about to say, is like Gina gonna help? Wait. Oh! Applejack's surviving. Applejack's surviving. Applejack the work pony. For real! Look at this! Just casually hitting her finishers? The kick! Holy shit! Applejack, 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 Applejack. The stamina of Applejack is unmatched. AJ has been cookie since the very beginning of this stream. She has! She has been just going to town. She is like the unsung hero of this whole stream. And she's squaring up to Gina. She's like the only one that's been able to give Gina like a run for her money. Gina's twice the size of any of them, and she's all muscle. Like, look at this! Look at this! Like, they're trying to get, like, elims. And, like, Applejack and Gina are just, like, trading blow. Fluttershy's gone! AJ feels like the only hope. She kind of does. Fluttershy literally just got tossed over by Rainbow Dash. We were, like, too busy just focusing on on Gina and Applejack. Oh, we forgot. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Other people can also get eliminations. She's right there. The biggest threat is right there. Get her. Stomping away at Rainbow Dash. The Fluttershy's out. She's had too much. She's had too much tonight, chat. Honestly, Fluttershy has deserved a break, I feel like. Honestly, I think Fluttershy has earned a break.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break,
thank
my
you.
dudes.
Thank you for snoozing that. Thank you for snoozing that, mods. AJ versus Gina, the greatest match we've never had, apparently. Chat, do we want to have a bonus singles match between these two afterwards? I kind of want that, honestly. I want that big slugfest between the two. Do we want a bonus singles match? Because I kind of want that now. I'm having way too much fun. Trixie, hell yeah, we do. I mean, I gotta have it now, huh? Mad Dr. Redline with the 2 nights in a row of raids. Hello there, my friend. Welcome to tonight's Lomboy Club meeting. We are kind of approaching the end of the stream, unfortunately. But wait. Oh, Rainbow Dash just got thrown out, and so did Pinky. Wait, no way. Will the final two come out? Gina dumps Pinky out the ring. Holy shit. Wow. Trixie's got some hands, dude. Trixie's got some hands. But yeah, Dr. Mad, rather Madam Dr. Redline, you were playing, I'm remembering it. Disgaea. That game. Trixie getting as much screen time as everyone else. You would think that she's a main character or something. This guy right here. No way! No! I was about to say, there's no way that Gina was about to be eliminated. Holy shit! Gina! Woo!
Spare serotonin,
Oh my god.
please.
Yeah, hi Redline. Hopefully you had a good stream. And Raiders, welcome to tonight's Lomboy Club meeting. We are doing the Equestria Girls Rumble tonight. Right now it is a battle royal. It is over the top rope. The final three in this match are Trixie, Applejack, and our character that we're going to be playing for the women's My Rise, Gina. Who's a completely original character. Oh, hello. Trixie still has her finisher. Oh! The hell? Just cut off the circulation. Nope. I need to link you my old MLP wrestling vids to watch during your time. Sorry, during your time off. Oh, no way. 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 That's insane. That's insane. Applejack wins. Applejack wins the Battle Royal! Oh my god! Gina, the Cargill at this Battle Royal. No shit. Holy shit is right. AJ won the match and she's the new NXT champion, but... surprise. Chat. Is that her night is not over yet. Oh no. Her night is not over just yet. She needs to defend that title straight away against the woman that she literally just won it from. We have one more match, chat. We gotta go back to the Slim Jim Arena. Coming in from Sweet Apple Acres. She's gonna bring that belt home and Granny Smith's gonna be real fucking proud. And new NXT Women's Champion. Again.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Chad, I'm sorry, but we gotta take one more ad break. And then we're done. Okay? This will be the last one of the night, I promise.
It's break time. After this? Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Coming down from Appaloosa. Apple. Applejack.
Power up the Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy has three major
I figured. I was about to ask. Yeah, like I want to get this out the way so that we're not missing any of the action here.
So you want to take the stand, spread it open, and then set it firmly on the table with the feet facing
Applejack versus Gina is like Roman Reigns versus like Carmelo Hayes or something in this game, right?
Spot on the head unit, and you're ready to go. Now,
it is not a fair matchup at all.
Place it into the
but maybe
bracket.
Applejack could pull it out.
Be very careful and do it gently from the back. So you tilt it in first, then push it down. There's a little spring in the back here that you can push down to open up the support bracket so it doesn't go in tightly. Release the spring, and then gently
SMH should have been the red alarm review. I don't even have that like in the rotation.
Just turn it slightly
I don't even have that shit in the rotation.
You don't need a lot of tension here. It just needs to support itself. The next thing you want to do is load in your batteries. Your batteries are in the controller on the front panel. Press the panel.
Are you getting all this, chat? Because this will be on the quiz.
Your batteries will load into the slot here, 3 up and 3 down.
This will be on the pop quiz.
And then you're
ready to go. It will come out at any point in time.
The final thing is to put your game cartridge into place. The game cartridge goes into the slot underneath the Virtual Boy. Now you have to be careful when you push the game cartridge in. You want to make sure that it connects firmly all the way in the back, because if it doesn't connect properly, when you turn it on, you won't get anything. So you want to make sure that the game cartridge is
George making the Virtual Boy look like rocket science.
You hear it. Virtual Boy does not have a video
6 AA batteries. 6
signal of one of the layers of the 3D graphics. Remember, the images of Virtual Boy are created by your eyes, which combine two separately
excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
images from both sides. What we're showing you here is some exclusive footage of some of the upcoming Virtual Boy games. We obtained this footage with our cameras at E3, so please be aware that the images captured here do not in any way recreate the actual three-dimensional elements of the game's graphics and gameplay. So far, we've played
Before we get into this last match, chat, this will be the last one, I promise.
Boxer. So stick around and see our ratings on all these games and more.
That even though I'll be gone from streaming for like the next while, I do want to say that I will be on other places, such as my Discord server, we will continue to do our weekly watch-alongs and community nights on there. We're going to be finishing up My Little Pony Friendship is Magic Season 6 tomorrow night. All 8 episodes, all 8 eps that we have yet to get to. We will get to those tomorrow night. Follow me on my Twitter, my fucking Blue Sky, my my YouTube, all that shit. As well for continuous updates on just kind of how my shit is going. And also, I will be on other people's streams as well. Like, for example, I will be on Phoenix Redtail's stream next week. Rather, next weekend. So, because we still have yet to finish... Sorry, we still have yet to finish, the fucking B-movie game. We still have yet to finish it because it takes way too long. It's taking way too long to finish. It's a lot more grindy than I thought. Can I please get a shout out for her? Can I please get a shout out? There she is. You see her in chat right now, Phoenix? No, chat. You see Phoenix right now? Go follow her. Like, right now. Go follow her. Now. Because I'm gonna be on her stream next weekend, and we're gonna have a fun time. We're finally gonna finish the B movie. Maybe. Hopefully. I think so. And I'm also going to be... You see her right now, Phoenix? Yeah, Phoenix. Phoenix, you see yourself. You see yourself right now. You see now the greatness that is Gina. Yeah, exactly. But along with that, I'm also gonna be on a friend's stream as well. Rather, like another friend's stream. Phoenix, you look and you see you! It's you! But yeah, I'm gonna be on my friend Itsune's stream next week as well. He is having another subathon, and I'm gonna be on there playing some Mario Kart and maybe Mario Party with him on Saturday and or Sunday. Can I please get a shout out for him, by the way? That is its_Itsune. There. Right there. That is his Twitch name. Mods, if I could please get a shout out for him real quick. The game that destroys friendships. I thought that was Mario Party.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Shh. Want to get sued? But yeah, can I please get a shout out for Itsune as well? Go follow them as well. I would like that. I have to wait 36 seconds. Okay, well, hold on. I'm gonna link his Twitch here, in that case. Itsune. I'm just gonna link his whole Twitch right here. Take it. Just take it. I don't know why the shout out thing isn't working right now, but there it is. There's the link. Go follow it. Go follow them.
Let us prepare to shake.
Careful, Will Arnett might sue you for using that phrase. There we go.
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Mr. Cool, what's up? How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to tonight's Longboy Club meeting. You're just in time for you are just in time for the grand finale here. A one-on-one match between the new NXT champion, Applejack, and the character that we will be playing as wait, hold on. And the character that we will be playing as in the Women's My Rise when I come back. Which is stupid. Big Bear Bailey! You're just in time! You're just in time for the grand finale of tonight's stream. Hi there, Bailey. Welcome to tonight's Longboy Club meeting. And for lovely raiders, my name is Giraffe7. I'm the president of the Longboy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Doomslayer, quit eating beans while I'm trying to do a
Mario.
speak. Quit eating beans when I'm trying to do a speak here. Why is there a shout out cooldown as a whole? I don't know. I wasn't expecting this many shout out. This guy's eating beans. I meant to say David Arquette. He was the one in Ready to Rumble. Well, no, that would be Michael Buffer, right? Yeah, Burr. Yeah, Burr. Steph won't stop eating them. I'm not the one eating beans. I'm not the one that's eating beans. Hold on. I'm gonna fucking listen. Twitch has a built-in shout-out functionality. There you go. Go follow Big Burr Bailey. It's right there. They're cool. I'm good. Well, that's something that I need to note down as like just immediate things to check. Shout out thing. Blasted restrictions. I'm pretty sure I can like lift those restrictions. I just need to like do it. But anyways, yes, Bailey, thank you for sending your lovely community on over here. If you need to raid and run, that's absolutely okay. That's absolutely fine. I appreciate you sending your community on over here anyways, because they are in for a hell of a show here. We are doing a championship match here, the final match of the evening. As our very own original character, Gina, who we will be playing as in the women's storyline of 2K24 when I come back from break, takes on the NXT Women's Champion, Applejack. Let's go. The final match of our evening. These two had an absolute slobber knocker in the middle of the ring here during the Equestria Girls Battle Royal. They may be destined rivals. Let's see how it is.
Hey, owes me 3 bags of Cheetos.
Listen, man, she's a champion. She's way too good for it now. They're twins, so I can... How to what? We had an Equestria Girls Battle Royal here. Here they come. Equestria Girls Battle Royal. How would you feel about streaming Ready to Rumble in your Discord one day? I already did that and I fucking hated it. That movie is genuinely abysmal. I hated it. And the fact that WCW tried to get more people to watch it after it already flopped commercially is a crime. You know? Mr. Cool, what did you think I said? What, LBC, can we get some LBC chants in chat? I don't have a sound redeem, but can we get like typed out LBC chants in the chat? Like LBC clap, LBC clap. That sort of thing. Representing the Longboy Club, Gina! Oh, LBC clap, LBC clap, LBC.
LBC, 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 LBC.
LBC, clap, 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 LBC. What? She's suddenly so self-important just because she has a title, huh? Wow. I hope that Gina wipes the floor with this bitch now. Suddenly she's so self-important just because she has a piece of gold around her waist. Oh no, she's hot.
Foo 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 for life.
Foo foo for life.
LBC clap, LBC clap, LBC clap, LBC clap, LBC clap.
Does that not surprise you? Just like AJ in a few episodes. She suddenly has a bit of success in the wrestling business and suddenly she thinks she's all that in a bag of chips. Well, listen. We'll see if she's all that in a bag of chips when she steps into the ring with the baddest bitch on the block. Long girl, there she is. She's ready. Title custom side plates would definitely be the cutie marks. They would. They absolutely would. She's all that in a sack of apples. There it is, chat. That's the prize they're going for. Now then. For Mr. Cool, I feel like that he'll appreciate this music at the very least. Maybe.
LBC, it's easy as 1, 2, 3, as simple as do-re-mi. LBC 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me.
Why are you on a Michael Jackson kick suddenly? The Jackson 5? Is AJ easy to beat like Roman or hard like D'Angelo? Easy to beat like Roman. Let's see. Bro said 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Because Michael Jackson is the king of pop, that's why. He's the king of mid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I think he's the king of mid.
Spare serotonin, please.
Anyways, music. I at least appreciate this. Hi, Henry. Here we go, the final match of the night. Applejack versus Gina. Immediately after winning the title. The king of nonsense. Shaking my head. Controversial take from Longboy. Is it though? Like, I feel like that saying that Michael Jackson is mid in 2024 isn't that hot of a take. Right? If you talk that shit and you're going to lose followers. If I lose followers just because I think Michael Jackson is mid, see ya. See ya. No, you should spit your shit, brother. Wrong, it's a very bad take. There is much better pop music out there than what Michael Jackson has. I'm sorry. In the 30+ years since he was relevant, there are people that have been better than Michael Jackson. I'm sorry. The final boss theme from Bowser's Inside Story. Let's go. The best Mario and Luigi game.
Come on, let's go.
That's like saying Justin Bieber is the best artist of all time.
Or maybe you didn't. You owe me $10.
Are you talking about like the Sonic character, Justin Bieber, or like the real life like singer Justin Bieber? Because, like, I don't think there are many people in 2024 that are saying he's the best ever. I feel like that time has long passed. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah, the Sonic character, right? You are an uncultured giraffe that has no appreciation for the classics. Brother, I am 24. I'm sorry that I haven't listened to, like, stuff that's, like, 30, 40 years old. I identify with Billie Eilish, who doesn't know what the fuck Van Halen is. One Direction fire, easily the best. Harry Styles is actually incredible. Also, The Weeknd's great too. George Wood is better than Michael Jackson. Spitting facts! Spitting facts right there. Spitting those facts. I mean, I love Thrill as much as the next guy, but I can only take so many hee-hees. Same. Like, I'm not even saying that he's bad, I'm just saying he's mid. You know? Like, his stuff is fine. It's just like, you know, if I had the choice between listening to someone like Michael Jackson or Harry Styles and The Weeknd, I'm picking Harry Styles in The Weeknd every single time. Bad, Logan. You're bad right now. Michael Jackson died when I was working, and we played nothing but MJ at work for like a whole weekend. It was so much better than the same 5 country songs we had on loop. Well, listen. In the moment, yes. Does Michael Jackson really cut shooters in your chat right now? LMAO. Our truth sign. Like, listen, if you like Michael Jackson, that's okay, but I'm just saying that I think that there are much better I think there's much better pop musicians out there in the modern day than Michael Jackson was. I'm sorry. Beach classics like MJ are timeless. They paved the way for your modern for your modern mid artists. Cool. Cool. Does that mean that I need to like worship the ground they walk on? I'm not gonna kiss the ring of Michael Jackson just because he inspired people after him. I'm not gonna kiss the ring. The Beatles are cheeks. Honestly, same. I think that they got some like, I think they got some pretty good stuff, like especially like, towards the end of their run. But the stuff before that, I can very much like just kind of skip. I will say that's like saying you have to like every classic of all time, like Michael Jackson stuff, but it's not required. Exactly. Like I don't have to listen to Van Halen to like enjoy. I don't know. Whether like I don't have to listen to like a Metallica, for instance, to like appreciate. I don't know, someone like Bring Me the Horizon, or Prince whatever, or whatever, you know? My mother and sister and entire family would disown you if you said that. Good. Bad. Bad is very good, though. Again, like, listen, I'm not saying that he's got all bad songs. I'm just saying that the majority of his stuff I don't care about, you know? I don't care about it. I don't need to listen to like Metallica and like worship the ground they walk on. You know, just because there was like metal stuff that came after them. You know? This topic is getting very heated. No, it's fine. Listen. I am fine. I'm okay. You know? I'm okay. But yes, it is getting a little bit, like, old at this point. It is getting a little old at this point. The point being that, like... the point being that, like, I do not need to like certain things, and you do not need to like certain things. Doomslayer, hold your horses. Let's talk about the superstar in the ring. I ain't gonna lie, AJ's getting cooked. She is. She really is. Again, that's what happens when you get like a 95 overall. Like, listen. Dude, do not take it so seriously. It's fine. Again, like, if you enjoy that sort of thing, that's okay. All I'm saying is that Metallica's also mid. No, that's a lie. It's just that most stuff after 91 is mid. Actually, no, like a lot of stuff from like 91 is just straight up, rather like a lot of stuff after 91 is just straight up bad. No way. 1, 2, nah, no way. Okay. They're also chanting "Fight Forever" in the game. AJ versus Gian, the next Shining Wizard versus Hulk Hoofin. Happy 40th birthday to Metallica. Thank you for 7 years of great music. Legitimately, though. I will say, though, that their stuff on Hardwired is fine. But that's really all it is. It is okay. It is okay material. Alright, let's see. Jesus Christ. Okay, now Applejack's making a comeback. There's some music that's aged like fine wine, but there's a lot that is aged like milk.
Oh my god!
We'll never like them for all the music BS they cause in the future with copyright. I think that's honestly incredibly valid to say. Because because it's largely because of Metallica that like music that like using music on the internet is just as fucked as it is, you know? It's like largely because of them. They have gone on record to say that they've regretted it, but like, you know, like in the moment it was like really bad, and it really gave them all, it really put them in a bad light. It would have been someone eventually, you know, you're right, like it would have been somebody eventually. If not Metallica, then who, you know? It would have been somebody, especially like with just how many like big fucking musicians were like on the upswing at that point. Oh, hold on. Wait. 1, 2. No! What? Holy shit! This is wrestling. Holy shit! Wow. No way. No way. Oh, the kicks! The kicks! You know what? Part of me feels like, with how much of a marketer Fred is, I do think that he probably would have gone after Napster at some point. Oh, hold on. That's like the second time that she's tried to go for the Alabama Slam and it has backfired. AJ's actually going crazy now, yeah. Oh, that may be it. 1, 2, 3. New champion. New champion here to end us off, chat. You love to see it. That belt looks like a toy with her, chat. That belt looks like a toy. That belt looks like a fucking toy. That's incredible. What a showing of athleticism. What a showing of athleticism from Gina and Applejack. Yeah, thank you. Ow. Damn it. Foreshadowing, perhaps? Perhaps. We'll see. We will see. But yeah, chat. Thank you. Thank you very much for hanging out tonight. It was fun. It was incredible. It was great. It was great. It was a great way to end things out. It was a great way to end things out. And give me just a second.
Spare serotonin, please.
It will not be a rest, unfortunately. I need to be looking for like jobs and shit. I mean, I'll try to get a bit of a break, but I don't really think I'll be able to. I don't really think I'll be able to. I'll try though. I will certainly give it the good old college try, you know? But no, I really do just need to end this off by saying this. Thank you to everyone.
Step on up and see if you
Oh, hold
can
on.
throw a giant gold ring around a long boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen. Step on up. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hurry. Oh,
Well, that hit.
you missed. Or maybe you didn't. You owe me $10 either way.
That's not fair. Give it your all, Stev. I definitely will, Phoenix. Not worry. I definitely... The Cheetos from out of nowhere. That shit hit. Listen. Okay. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this. But... Doomslayer, you did not ruin the stream. You do not need to make... You do not need to make up for it by giving subs. If you legitimately feel like that you need to step away, just step away. It's fine. It is absolutely okay. There you go. Anyways, chat, I appreciate everything. I appreciate you sticking with me throughout this whole experiment.
Serotonin,
I would
please.
say it's a rousing success. I would say it's a rousing success. I do know that whenever I get on tangents about fucking Michael Jackson and stuff like that, I'm only joking. I do not look down on anyone for liking anything. You're allowed to like what you like. I just play things up for content, alright? I just play shit up for content. Don't take things so seriously, okay? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hi, Henry. Exactly. Although I take him seriously. He is genuinely abysmal. That guy there is just genuinely abysmal. But yeah, yes.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
How about this? I'm just using the rest of the sneezes.
Serotonin, please.
Who is going to feed me Cheetos while you are away?
I mean, I know that you take my fucking debit card anytime you go to Kroger, so... I don't know what you're trying to do there. Exactly. He yells at me and my roommate all the time. He just yells at my roommate all the time. But yeah, chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, like, I say it 1,000 times, I will say it 1,000 more times. I really, really appreciate it. I will say, if we keep talking about this, I will time both of you out. Because I do not... I get it. It's fine. Do not worry about it. I hate to derail it with that, but if we continue with this, I will time you out. No. Like, just throughout this whole experiment, throughout everything this year so far, like, again, we've had a whole lot of experiments so far this year. Between like the chill streams, between Cult of the Lamb, between a lot of the wrestling stuff, it's all been great. It's all been fun. And it is largely because of you guys that it is fun. It's largely because of you guys that it is fun. You've been a very entertaining giraffe to watch. I want everyone to know that I always try my best. I always try my best to give you the best of myself. In spite of all the shit that you guys throw at me. But that's part of the fun, you know? It's part of the fun. The weirdness and the awkwardness. Literally one of my fave Twitch finds this year. I never thought I would be anyone's favorite anything when it comes to content creation. Especially after doing this for so long. Can we cool it for a second? I'm trying to do a thing here. I'm trying to do a thing. Can we cool? Ow! Can we cool it for a second? I genuinely try my hardest to, like, make this as entertaining as possible. I'd say you're the goat, but, you know, giraffe. I'm the gerote. I'm the gerote. I'm the gerote. I'm the gerote. Yes. But yes, like, I always try my best to murder Gyro. Murder Gyro. I love it. I love it so much. The greatest internet roamer of all time. But yeah, especially after doing this for so long, I never thought that I would be anybody's favorite anything. But this year has definitely proven that I'm capable of doing that and more. You know? It's definitely proven that I'm capable of doing that and much, much, much more. And when I come back, I hope that you all are still here with me to continue this adventure. Whether it is for, you know, another year, another 2, another 5, it doesn't matter. We are going to take the LBC to the moon, exactly. We're going to do it for however long we want to do it. But first, I need to go figure out what my future looks like. And that could take a month or 2. Hopefully not more, but it could be. It could be. Either way, I appreciate everyone for being here. And I will continue to appreciate all of you being here when I come back soon. But for now, we need to figure out who we're rating. Is anyone live right now that is worthy of rating? I shouldn't word it like that. I shouldn't word it like that. Ow! Damn. Okay, yeah. Now you can hit me. Now you can hit me. I'm done being sappy. Thank you. Oh, good night, long boy. A giraffe wrestler. Raw rolls on after this stream ends. Ow. Ow! Damn it! Ow! Ow! Chat, quick! Quick! Quick, give me! Quick! Quick! I gotta find someone to raid! Quick! I gotta find someone to raid! Quick! Ow! 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 Ow!
Until not forget. Long Boy Club for life.
For life. Let's go ahead and raid. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and raid Moai of Knowledge. He's playing Plants vs. Zombies right now. That game's fucking awesome, by the way. That's an incredible game. Alright, here we go. We're raiding. We are raiding. We're raiding in. Everyone, give them the Long Boy Club love. I'm gonna put this in for the subs. I'm gonna put that in for the subs. I'm gonna put that in for the non-subs too. Give me a second here. Need to find the heart. Shit, Jesus Christ. There. No! Dang it. God dang it. Give me a second. I need to go on typing lessons while I'm gone too, evidently. There. Right there. Alright, there's the message. Send that into Moai's stream and give him the Long Boy Club love that everyone loves to get. So yeah, thank you again, everyone. I'll be back here at some point. Catch me on Phoenix's stream. Catch me on Itsune's stream. Join the Discord. We have a lot of fun over there. We're going to be continuing our watch-alongs of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic tomorrow night. And yeah, thanks again, everyone. I'll see you later. Bye. I'll see you down the road. See y'all.